tapestry of destiny is sacred. And I just realized this is the wrong video for this intro. So we're gonna just vamp for a little bit and pretend that everything went according to plan. Because this is the internet. And when things go wrong, we do what we must. How are you all doing? I'm having a fantastic day. And this is where we kick off the actual intro now. Thank you for listening.
That was beautiful. I loved it so much.
God damn it. Oh, shit.
This is Clip Rogers reporting in. It seems like the studio has some technical difficulties. We're just going to give our lovely daddy just a few moments to recover from that little faux pas, but wish him good love by posting the Love Jason emote in the chat. Thank you very much.
I would
I'm Clip
appreciate that
Rogers.
so much.
Oh my God.
I don't know how that happened. That video is deleted from my computer. Why is it? Anyway. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Oddities D&D. Hey.
Hello.
I'd say we're professional, but now you know the truth.
We don't get paid.
No, exactly. Oh, thank you for the loves. Thank you, guys. That's awesome. Well, thank you all for joining us tonight. Very excited to be back. So excited to see what happens tonight. But to kick it off, we're going to introduce all the players, starting with Cult.
I'm Chuck. I play Colt, the half-orc rogue. Guess what? I'm Vengeance, y'all. Go
Up
to the
from
next
there,
one.
go to this one.
Go to the next
That one is Viria.
I'm Ari, and I would not fare well in Salem during the 1690s.
Nope.
And I play Viria, the Hexblade Warlock,
Mm-hmm.
who would also get burned for witchcraft, probably.
There you
Love.
go. Down and across from there, we've got Nagheim.
I'm just a modern day woman dealing with modern day solutions and problems, though most of those solutions involve murdering men. But don't tell my husband, Zanzan, and I play Nagheim, your drow wizard.
Hey.
I will watch that movie.
Yeah. And last but certainly not least, Rose.
Hi. My name is Fred. I don't have a shot glass, but cheers. That was tequila.
Hey.
Looking Sherry's better.
You would actually know.
You know what? That joke
Yeah.
has gone on too long. You did not keep separating cooking
Okay,
shit.
honestly, I would drink cooking sherry over tequila, so
Okay. That's, yeah.
I hate
Oh.
tequila.
I think
So, yeah, for
Fred
anyone
just
who doesn't know,
challenged you.
Ari hates- No. I respect Ari's distaste for tequila.
There you go.
Everyone's entitled to their wrong opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
You mean the only correct one.
Oh, the only correct one is
You-
Pepsi.
You are correct in being wrong.
Yes. Well, as we close this debate, we are going to kick it off with who is recapping last time.
I
Well,
believe.
We're both recapping because
Oh, okay, go for it.
Chuck and Fred recap their parts.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Shit, where are my notes? Last time on the Oddities,
Dun, dun, dun.
this is gonna be very point by point, but Viria is chilling in the graveyard when Auntie Orloff shows up and is like, "Ooh, here are my ghost stories. Are you intrigued?" And Vira's like, "Not really, sorry." And then Martin shows up with a letter addressed to the Oddities, and Viria learns that she is being summoned to Westruun by fucking Kieran Sari from the Cobalt Reserve, what does he want again? And then he learns that he has a job for her to, go talk to some followers of Dionysus who are located in the Shade Marrow, on the grounds of ancient druids and spirits and woo, spooky stuff. And so she's like, why would I do this? I don't know you. Well, I do know you, we're not that close. And then he's like, yeah, I mean, I got shit for you, so go and do it. And she was like, okay. And then she, on their way there, her and her patron have a talk. So rude, Saphira. Why are you asking for personal information like that? I barely know you. And then when she arrives at the Shade Marrow, she finds that all of the cultists are dead. Dun dun dun. They're like hundreds of them. Their bodies arranged in a circle, and they have heart stabs. Heart stabs, yeah, that's what I wrote. And all of their blood is drained. What the fuck is up with that? And so Viria investigates and is jumped by bandits who want to loot the cultists, and she's like, you shouldn't do that. And they're like, try me, bitch. And she indeed does try and kills all of them and loots them because karma's a bitch. And so when she returns to Westrun, Kiran Sari is like, oh yeah, well, thanks for investigating. Here's a map to Marquette for dragon shards, whenever you want to do that.
That was
100%.
great.
That was my
5 stars.
improvisational skills, you guys.
That was
Now you know my
Beautiful.
struggle.
beautiful.
Magnificent.
Thank you.
Well, follow that up, Xander.
His emotional damage. That's what's following it. A bad trip and self-discovery. When Nagheim gets betrayed by cults, turns out it's actually bounty hunters. JK, go cry about it. Wakes up in a cage thing. A cell. Words are hard. And wait, I have the city name. I just closed my book. Finds out they're in Luthansia and is like, shit. Raven Queen's here. I'm gonna die. I gotta go. Then gets tormented by said Raven Queen. And then is like, well, I don't know what to do. And then, what do you know? Shard's a bitch and is like, you're having a spiritual journey or a really bad trip. Have fun figuring that out. And then, get to talk with Shar and pretty much gets told Nagheim no. And Nagheim goes, Nagheim, yes. Think it's actual tea time with Chuck. Bird with cult.
I think I gotta make that our first official T-shirt. I'm yes.
Yeah, the whole emotional roller coaster that I tried to create with this character,
Oh,
and it
God.
boils down to Nagheim no, Nagheim yes.
Amazing.
There was emotional damage.
Oh,
It's
plenty.
still there.
Oh, so good. All right. With that, it has been a month since you all arrived from the Riff and Mist jungle to the lush cultivarius estate within Singorn. Each of you tried to busy yourselves while your friend Cult tended to family affairs. But after the third or fourth day, what he assumed to be a day trip to say hello to his parents turned into a few days. Then a week. Then 2 weeks. Until finally, walking back into the estate once more, he was surprised to find out that what felt like one day within the Feywild was in reality 2 weeks back home. 2 weeks where he was nowhere to be found to help sort out those all-important family affairs. And thus, the Oddities were once again witness to the absolute freak-out fest that is Cult. Thankfully, some of the more special, or social aspects, I should say, of family status fell to the younger cultivarius who had arrived shortly after his older brother's departure. Tens quickly made the rounds to all the social elite around Singorn to keep the family ties strong, to assure everyone of their standing status, and that they were still a household to be relied upon should they need it. Nonetheless, Cult took it upon themselves to make up for lost time and decided, dedicated, themselves that, and dedicated themselves in that final month's week to sorting out the rest of the family's affairs, with Martin diligently working right by his side. And it is on this day that we finally find all of the members of the Oddities with enough time to reconvene with each other. And what better way to start that than with a robust breakfast spread served up from Magda and the newly returned Catalina. What would you all like to do?
So, this is awkward. I have a list. It's a little long, but I think the four of us need to sit together and go over some things that have happened in the past couple weeks, because it's been a lot, and I know it's been a little obvious, but a lot of it has been weighing heavily on my shoulders from the things that have affected me, and I know there are things that have affected all of us, and I feel as if we all just need time to sit and talk it out.
What, like group therapy or something?
100% group therapy. And Nagheim just throws down their book and it opens up to a list. And Nagheim then looks over at Catalina and goes, the four of us.
Oh, she's not there. She's just serving things
Oh.
and she's going back to the kitchen.
Okay, good.
So take
That's
your
what's awkward then.
snotty little look and shove it up your ass.
I
love you, I love you, I love you.
It seems that Catalina is wearing the house livery as well. She's not in casual wear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, she is working girl, Catalina. Yeah.
She's still working there.
But maybe that's something to talk about too.
yeah.
What time of the day is it?
Morning.
Yeah,
Breakfast.
early morning.
Like that.
Rose is just gonna look at your book and be like, that's a lot of words, I think. And then is gonna raise her hand and be, can we have some ale, please?
One of the help just kind of nods and heads back into the kitchen.
Like a lot of it?
Well, I mean, just one round,
No,
please.
a lot of it.
Okay.
Colt, you might want some.
I'm looking at this
bourbon.
list and lots of it.
Bourbon, please. Yes, I know I explained. I really did not realize a single day in the Feywild would result in 2 weeks lost here. And I do apologize
Oh, no.
immensely.
Not about that. I have a list of 15 different things that have happened to us since going into the forest the very first time on our way to.
Oh. Double bourbon. Triple, maybe. Yes. Let's let's get into all of that.
Yeah. So before Nagheim does get into all of that, drinks are brought out for everybody. Copious amounts, like enough to get you fucked up drunk before noon even comes around. But it's there.
Nagheim actually does have a glass of wine and a freshly brewed pot of tea.
My.
Oh.
So Viria just grabs one of the ales and just dumps into her orange juice.
Oh, well, I guess if it's a lighter ale, that would be lovely.
I could have just made it taste like orange juice if you wanted to.
I don't want it to taste like orange juice. I want it to taste like orange juice and ale.
I could have done that without adding. Okay.
Doesn't it taste
Viria?
like puke?
Make a perception check.
I'm good at those.
Are you?
Eat my
Whole ass?
redacted.
I mean, we're live. I mean,
eat my redacted. That's a 15.
15? Perfect.
Yeah.
You mixing your orange juice and ale together, and you put it on the counter or on the table there, and you're like settling in to have this talk of talks that you're so fond of. You happen to notice, as you look just beyond your plate, a small stack of charred burnt toast in front of you. That's it.
I grab one, two, the whole stack.
Please continue.
Okay. So I'm taking us back to when we left the Enchantresses. I had found out some rather dramatic information, and I was unaware of how to properly talk about it. And I kind of held things in for a while, and I want to apologize for that because I feel like the past little while it has affected me in more ways than I realized. But inside that forest, as we entered, we all saw some pretty fucked up things. And I want us to know how everyone has been feeling from that specifically.
And just as a point, Rose, you didn't see anything.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be like, oh, I'm fine. I didn't see anything in the forest.
That's right. Apologies.
See, I'd been trying to forget that, but then you brought it back to the table, so...
Some things are better to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to ignore it because it seemed uncomfortable for you all.
I personally watched Albert try to kill me. It had me shaken a bit, and I've never been that exhausted in my life. But I realized that it was all an illusion. Personally was able to move past it mentally, and then eventually physically, with your guys' help. So thank you.
No thanks necessary. I mean,
Yeah, you're welcome.
you saved my life not a day later.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that. Well, that's the whole situation. I have a list.
Turns into sweaty blue emoji.
Like you can find in the chat room when you subscribe to the Oddities D&D. Shameless plug.
Incredibly shameless.
Love that.
I had a hallucination, and I don't want you to read into this that much. I think it was just playing on our fears at the time, but Varia strangled me in my hallucination.
What? Let's be real. If I were to kill you, I'd stab you, not strangle you.
Actually, that brings up a really good point. So it was just playing on needless fears at the time.
Most likely.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm fine with that.
I stab you, by the way.
You don't.
No.
Oh, great. Oh, well, good. That's progress.
I kind of wanted to the first time we met, but...
Really? Wow.
Remember it.
Okay, let's unpack that. Why did you want to stab me the first time we met?
I mean, you were sitting in my seat.
Oh, wow. That's a really elevation of, I don't sit in your seat any longer. Unless you want to sit here, we can trade. I'm absolutely cool with that.
I'm good. I've got my orange juice ale here, so...
Perfect. Now that problem's solved. What's next?
Well, next,
That's 2. Okay.
yeah. Oh, Rose, a 2 is actually drawn with a little tail at the end. So you do like a curve down in with a little tail. And that's how you're gonna make a 2 properly.
I mean, I usually do like the little lines. I mean, I know how to count.
Yeah, but it's involved with writing. This is another way to do it.
Okay.
Anyway, in Whitestone, we saw some fucked up things. People who looked as if they were barely living. Um, Oh, yes.
They were vampires.
I don't think everyone there is a vampire.
I think only the major domo, no?
I have suspicions for more, but yes.
Well, Mr. Starry said they were vampires.
I believe he said those who were in the castle are.
Oh,
You mean the lord and lady there? Is someone checking that out?
I believe he said he was.
but anyway, sorry. Back to
But-
your point.
Yeah, the servers, were shells of themselves and everything, and I personally messed up by forgetting about the gum. But that was still a lot. And I want to see how if anyone's hung up on any of that or not. I know, Viri, you were affected by something Rose was able to create, and I mean, Kaltanite kind of took a leap of faith.
Yeah, and I'm over it. Don't worry about it. I was just very on edge back then because of everything happening, so.
Yep.
Yeah, just battle things. I mean, one of us could have taken that decision early. Well, we're all alive and
Yeah.
we all have our legs and arms, so yeah, pretty okay.
Yeah. Sure.
We'll get to that. That's in my list.
Bit of
I
fun.
promise.
Sorry.
I would like to, not now. I don't know enough about these vampires to go off half-cocked as we did before, but they did something. And he sort of looks around just to make sure it's just them four in the dining room. And he kind of leans in and he's like, they did something to Kat.
That why she ran off?
Cult. Make a
Yeah.
perception check.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Best
I'm
reaction.
super serious right now. It's 13.
Not a problem. You see Rose trying very hard not to look you in the eye.
So I don't think Kat's going to be returning to the Cobalt Soul. I think she's here to stay. Now she's working because she didn't want her affiliation with me to affect the others' opinions of her currently, so I have plans for her station here, but I am writhing with anger about this.
About how she left you and then
No.
just showed back up again?
No, I understand now. We've talked about that. It was a private conversation, so you'll forgive me if I don't give you the details. But she was subjected to things at Whitestone that will not be settled in my heart until I am certain this Major Domo is erased from the earth. But again, I don't know enough about to go rushing in. We had a hell of a time! The worst time ever! I intend to go research this. But just so you know where my head's at when Whitestone is mentioned.
But how the
I'm-
fuck does that excuse her fucking with your feelings like that?
That all
Toying with you
aside.
completely.
Oh wow, okay, we are talking about this. She had a job to do. She had information that the Cobalt Soul needed. Yes, I was incredibly hurt, but now that I have the entire story, and he kind of looks at Rose a little long. now I seem to be able to understand a little bit better her position. And I'm not asking you to, I guess, forgive her transgressions, but just know that I do.
Well, I think if you forgive her, that's all about you, of course. But I think from our point of view, we're upset because you were upset, and yeah.
Did she apologize, or did she just give you excuses? Is what I'm asking.
She explained.
But
And
did she
apologize?
Good then.
Yes. So, I mean, if you guys wanted to ask, I guess, I don't know really what to say to you about this. It's kind of private, but
It is
she's
your private life, you know. We're just trying to make sure you're all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm better than all right. I think I'm in love.
Okay, gross. What's the next item on your list?
Moving on.
Next
Gross. She's a beautiful, vibrant woman who's
No, not
so
Catalina
much
Gross.
more than I
In
can.
love
We're not.
Gross.
Yeah, we're not asking you to sell us on her. So
I'm not. It's not
Really
like we're gonna
not.
be making out in the cloister and all
Says you.
clutching hands and.
you didn't want to. You just said this was your private life. So we're moving
Well, I
on.
mean, our conversation's private. I don't want to be
Mhm.
private about my feelings for the woman. She's marvelous.
I'm saying you should.
Viria,
She has a bit of a grin. Just
I may marry her and have children with her.
Ew.
So that
Why are you telling me
Ew,
this?
it's disgusting. Because you think it's gross, and it's not gross.
It
It's
is
marvelous
gross.
and wonderful, and she's amazing.
Everybody except for
so-
Cult takes psychic damage from picturing
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Rude is just gonna jokingly. Rude is just jokingly chimes in and says, "I think it's just rude to talk about marriage when you know I have a dead wife."
Oh, Rose, oh God, I'm so sorry.
I also just kind of had my heart broken.
Can I roll a perception against Rose's joking comment?
I guess, sure.
What
I
do
gets
roll?
it. Never mind. I was just wondering if he got it or not. He does. He goes, Rose, oh, it's... Sorry. Okay. Yep. All right. What's next?
On our way back through the forest, we saw more things. More things happened. We got chased by
Was that number 3 or
a
4?
creature.
it's
Three.
a long list,
The
Rose.
3. Okay.
four is what we're on now. But coming
Okay.
back through the forest, I believe. Oh, I got affected again a little bit. Coming back through, did anything happen then that we might need to talk about or anything?
Well, apparently I was very upset, and I can't apologize enough. I was very upset, and I can't thank you all enough for being there for me. I know I can get a little bit cold and distant when I'm upset. But I'll try to keep you up to date on my mental state, if not the sweet, sweet love that boils up in my heart for Catalina.
I'm just gonna move on from
That's
that.
another 2 points of psychic
Viri
damage.
reaches for her pint and just chugs it as he goes on.
Okay. We experienced an airship for the first time.
Oh, that was so
That-
cool.
That was very fun. But we also had to end the life of small creatures that were children to it. And I personally was not able to bring myself to it, and I know others who did it, and I wanted to see if that was had a weight on your heart at all, or if it was one of those things for you, it was a job, because we haven't had time to talk, and I want to just make sure everyone is able to get things off their chest.
Drains his bourbon, moves on to the next.
That guy's just sipping their wine.
filling.
I had kind of forgotten about that. Maybe I shoved it away in
Well,
my
we
memory.
did kill their mom, so would have they survived on their own, you think? I think that was the discussion we had.
Yeah, Viri, in your culture, it would be seen more as a kindness, as there would be no one left to care for the cubs, as it were.
Yeah.
Does that line up?
I-
So,
Well, yeah, kind of.
like we've
yeah.
discussed, if you're starving out in the wilderness, you eat the horse, and I didn't quite understand that until
Right, you eat the horse and then you crawl into its carcass so you can warm up because Silra's very, very cold.
right. That was
Logical.
also a thing.
Yes.
Nature is cruel, and even through civilized eyes, it can be. And
Yeah.
he drifts off and stops talking.
So, we're good. After we crossed the wall of steam, which I forget its called name,
The
we
Fool's
found
Curtain.
the Fool's Curtain. We found
Keen
people
mind
living
my
there.
ass.
I'm stupid. Dagheim is not. I have a solid 7 as my intelligence. Thank you very much. It's very hard playing somebody so different. So,
But you're
we
still
crossed-
pretty in both worlds. There you go. Let's go.
When we crossed the Fool's Curtain, we found people living there that were off, and I wanted to see if anybody had opinions on that.
Well, I think it's just cultural differences, you know?
They did that weird repeat thing.
Oh, yes. That was unusual, but just as we had just discussed, eating a horse is not something I would ever consider. But now I understand. I suppose if we had more time to spend with these people and get to know their ways, it would all become magnificently clear in our eyes.
I think it's
I
the
know.
demon.
Or it's a demon, because, I mean...
Rose is still holding her fingers with the
Yes.
numbers, and she's like, what if we told a cobalt soul to send an archaeologist to analyze their bones so they can learn about their culture? Because they do that,
They-
right?
That
They
would
get-
be probably needing to defile their gravestones if they have
But they
graves.
don't have to, maybe not the bones, but, study the culture. It's called an archaeologist or something.
No, you would want a scholar for that. An
That's a big
archaeologist.
word for Rose. Holy
yeah, that's
crap.
what I mean.
An
And it's-
archaeologist is
it's
somebody
actually-
who studies.
What
Like-
you want is an anthropologist. But
That's-
I'm
thank
very
you.
impressed, Rose. Well
I
done.
know. You were almost there. You just had them
Jeez.
mixed up.
Such a quick study. I love it.
Maybe not the bones and but
The people.
humans are made of bones. I was close.
You were.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I think it's personally the influence of the fact that there's the rift under the water as well as the presence of the demon. But going on about that demon, that if I could dream, I would have nightmares about still. Viri, your arm.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. The demon you're talking about, the thing you fought?
Demon are
Yeah.
we talking about? Yeah.
Ooh,
It's
yeah.
not a demon.
Not a demon.
That's,
I'm calling it a demon.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool.
Good
it's
Godric
fucked
with
up.
drafted.
Yeah, it is some fucked up beast of a thing. And no.
Would Nagheim have known on sight what this creature would have been?
No, but I think it was listed in some of the books and writings that you found as you were searching around.
We had like them saying that they are testing on themselves to make them better.
Yep.
And that's an abomination, not a demon. But I wrote demon down. But
That's cool. That's cool. I just didn't want
Go
you
with it.
like, yeah.
yeah.
We're cool. We're cool.
I just wrote demon instead of abomination. So, your arm.
Mhm.
How does that all feel? How do you feel? Do you want me to try to identify it at some point? Maybe I can. I don't know. I have no idea what this is.
That's a lot of questions. Not quite happy about it, to be honest. But it is what it is, I suppose.
Does it hurt?
Nope. Quite the contrary, I just can't feel anything with it.
Oh.
Like, I believe we did sort of broach this subject before. Rose was giving it some prods, wasn't she, earlier?
Yes.
I tried
Um,
burning myself on a candle, I couldn't feel it, so.
Oh my.
So, if you want later, I can attempt to see if my magic can give us some insight.
Sure.
Now, from what I understand from readings and what Nagheim has talked about, you tap into the power of some half deity or
Oh,
some sort of godlike creature.
it's an ancient dragon. That's all I know, really.
Okay, and dragons. Oh my god, what year is this? This is
It's
pre
805.
Chroma Conclave, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So dragons aren't really. Where does this dragon live?
I don't know.
Is
In-
it corporeal? Is it on this
I'm-
plane?
Well, I don't know. Like, back in that cabin, I had a moment where I just kind of blanked out, and I couldn't really make out anything except for snow.
So probably somewhere north or far south.
Or, I don't know. Or maybe a hallucination.
Because I know, like, the gods are real, but they generally live on other planes. However, I'm just trying to understand if this is something we could actually connect with really with flesh and blood.
I have a theory, if I'm being honest with you.
What's your theory?
I think this thing lives in the shards I'm finding.
Oh, is that why you're compelled to go search them out?
Probably. I mean, it wants me to find them. And it keeps talking about its freedom, so I'm thinking to follow up on your theory of wanting to meet this thing, wherever I think I have to find all of those for that to happen.
Do you think? Have you seen it since? In your
I've
visions or anything?
talked to it, but that's it.
If you talk to it again, can you see if it can move its arm?
Oh, it's on.
The arm
Because-
that is orange.
Sorry, I saw some birdseed. I'm gonna go get that. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's okay, Albert. I
Uh,
love you, man. We're best
alright.
friends.
I guess I could.
What if by collecting the crystals you are freeing parts of it, but slowly taking its place?
Are you saying the dragon's gonna become Viria? Or Viria's becoming the dragon?
I think she's
Viria
could
the
be-
dragon is the coolest nickname, by the way.
I
have a
mean,
question.
I guess in a not in a literal sense. I guess in a.
If part of
Right.
Viria is a dragon, does that mean that you are now part dragonborn?
I don't think that's how that works.
No,
I
really.
don't know if that
no,
works that way.
I don't think she's part dragon. I think she is slowly becoming encased in with whatever was holding the dragon.
How
Well, that's great.
dedicated are you to this dragonborn? What was their name? Did you tell us their name? I don't remember.
Saphira Shadim.
Saphira
it called itself.
Shadim.
Themselves. Yeah.
So this Saphira Shadim.
Also known as the Betrayer, apparently, which is always a good sign. So
Ooh, that's a great sign. That's
Mhm.
super positive. What do you intend to do, Viria? You got a good heart. Like I know you're quick to violence and enjoy a good fight, but you're a good person.
Are you sure you're not mistaking me with Rose?
You're both wonderful, violent women. I treasure immensely. And he will continue to for quite some time.
Oh no! Was that number 8?
I believe so.
Okay.
So,
You're doing
Well,
great, Rose.
Yeah, point of inspiration for keeping track.
I was in Western actually during your absence for a few days, and I talked with Kieran Surrey, and he told me he found another map. You know.
oh,
And I mean, he doesn't seem, you know, if there was any real risk, I suppose he wouldn't have told me about it.
I mean,
If
we're
you
going
know.
on the assumption that the Cobalt Soul works for the good of the people.
I guess I don't know much
I've
about
been
them.
assuming that they have.
Is there a conspiracy against the Global Soul?
I don't know. Considering they're all spies, maybe.
I mean, if only
But-
you had someone who knew stuff about them.
So, and in any case, I did not take him up on his offer for now, because I'm still thinking about it. I have no fucking idea what to do, to be honest. So,
okay. Well, maybe once I have the time to try to identify what is on your arm, it may lead us in a direction potentially.
yeah, and I guess I can try speaking with Hotface. His name now. Hotface. I like it.
Fuckface is the pet name.
Wait, what?
Yeah, for the dragon.
Suck
The
my
fish.
dick.
So after that all happened, we promptly returned to here and had to take off after tens. So if anyone has anything to say about that whole situation in the woods,
You didn't like it at all.
it'd be great
that's
if we
for
could just
sure.
move on from it, but I want to
No,
make
no,
sure
I-
everyone has a chance
we
to
should-
talk.
We really have to dive into what that all meant, because there are several things. But before we move on, Viria, we're with you, I assume, and he sort of gazes at everyone else. If you want to continue finding these shards, but we're going to be checking in on you because a betrayer dragon, you know what that sounds like. But
That's an interesting time to learn.
you are gaining some magnificent power. I'm just hoping you can yield it without getting hurt yourself.
Well, I mean, so far I haven't been getting hurt. I'm just, you know, lost an arm. A flesh
Well-
arm, I mean. But
There might still be an arm inside. I mean, Dagheim can explore that, of course. So,
Yeah.
I'll do what I can.
yeah. But we're gonna be on top of it.
Sorry, did Rose just subtly like ding ding ding? Or is,
On the arm. Yes.
ladies and gentlemen in the chat room, please round of applause for the subtleties
it.
of RP. I fucking love it.
I want to see some Sunshine Rose faces in
Yes.
that
Oh,
chat.
all the sunshine roses,
Everyone's
please.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Sunshine Rose.
bravo. Sorry to interrupt. I love this.
Also,
I appreciate it, Colt. Thank you. I want to
course.
stab you even less now.
That's excellent.
Or do I?
we'll find out later. The woman in the forest that controls the undead, I do want to touch on that. Maybe go back one day. Because I feel like there is something suspicious happening there.
Oh, you think?
And
I honestly, I am really having a hard time with the whole undead walking without souls thing.
Oh,
Or the
It's
walking
not,
undead. Oh.
Well,
Something like that. Whoever. Albert?
helps ease your pain, or worry, I should say. I will talk about this later, but I have communed finally with Shar
Oh,
and
Oh, wow.
gained more abilities from her, where I am able to repel the undead in a way.
Congratulations.
I have some answers, finally.
You had.
Oh.
Like.
We'll get to that. It's in the list.
you do seem kind of in a better mood.
Are we at number
Donna.
10?
Sorry if that's rude.
We've kind of gone off track of it. There's been more added.
Oh my god.
Well, we can talk about Nagheim's very foul mood in the jungle, which we all saw and understood. It was hellish for you. I'm so glad to hear that Shah has connected with you as well.
Also think I need a wardrobe change. I do not have very adequate clothing for adventuring. Apparently leather is not good when you are going through different temperatures and climates.
Colt glances at Rose's big open chest as well.
So
You're a barbarian, who cares? Not at the breakfast table, Rose. Put them away. They're tattooed as well. Oh, amazing.
I feel as if that is something I will need help working on, potentially taking on a more adventurous scholar look, since I have a lot I need to figure out. But we'll get to that. I have to go back to my list.
Colt is visibly vibrating at the thought of dressing you.
So,
I've got ideas.
but did anybody have anything else about being in that awful, awful jungle they wish to speak about?
There were also rocks falling from the sky at some point. What the fuck was up
Giants.
with that? Okay.
I believe they were giants in a
Okay.
castle.
But why were they throwing rocks at us?
Because
I
of the
killed a
undead.
giant recently
Oh.
with my father in the Feywild. I think they're just assholes. Just general assholery. Just motherfuckers.
That's
Not
racist.
Maybe they just didn't want us to go in their castle.
Yeah, maybe they viewed us as the undead.
Cult promptly checks his privilege.
Well, I mean, I suppose when you're that tall, people start kind of looking the same, so can't really blame him for.
Yeah. I do want to say, Colt, whenever you wish to, remind Tens that he is so very lucky that he is your brother. Because if he was not, I would have melted his mind.
Yes, after I would have taken all his teeth out with my fist. He is very lucky I am his brother. Because I accidentally spent 2 weeks away, I haven't even seen him.
I've been doing my best to avoid him, which is rather easy when you make candles Oh yeah, ignore some of the burn marks. I haven't cleaned them up yet. I just made some of the candles burn a little hotter and it freaked him out, so he'd not come to work. That's all.
Oh, nothing. The tapestries haven't been damaged.
Oh no,
have
it's
they?
on the walls.
Okay.
I'm still cleaning it up.
I was
There's like
thinking
2 or
that
3
Madonna
left.
movie, like.
What they mean is that they're still on the wall, but you know.
Aren't the tapestries on the wall?
I
Candles
was careful
sometimes get
about.
close.
I was careful which candles to do. Conveniently, it was usually around the library when he was trying to walk in when I was there, and I just would light the candle up and freak him out a little. You know.
Fair enough. He deserves it. I will have a chat with him. I think we should clear that air eventually.
Yeah.
Because he owes every single one of you his deep and meaningful, genuine thanks.
I'm fine if he never speaks to me ever again a day in his life, to be
I
fair.
mean, we're kind of living here.
We might have
Our
to.
parents would make us would
It's
make
press.
us talk to each other
Well,
when we were fighting
they
because
would
we have
make
to live
you.
together. Well,
They're not
I
my
might.
parents.
I mean, no, but it's my house.
Did you want me to leave then?
No, 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 no. I would just rather, if you want to chew him out, you chew him out. I think it would make you feel better. It always makes me feel better.
I
He's a
have a
gobshite.
spell with his name on it, and I feel like it might
Nothing
not be the good
permanent.
idea.
Nothing permanent.
So I should avoid him for now.
Okay, for now.
But after,
Sorry.
Are you okay there?
Nora,
Nora.
suggests a get along t-shirt.
I was thinking that the whole time, and I'm like, maybe not in the medieval theme that we're going for, but I love it. It's
I'm
maybe
so
one
sorry.
of Gazok's shirts,
Yeah, I'm
and
so
they
sorry.
can wear
I
it
don't.
as adults.
Yeah, I'm not trying to interrupt. Please go on.
I actually have in my list, I need more effective adventuring clothing. I feel like everyone should take a look at their wardrobes, and if they feel like it's time to change things before we go on, now would be a good time. We could just take a moment to do that at some point.
We have
No.
an outfitters in town if you want anything special made. Speaking of which, Nagheim, you were using your cane as some form of defense the last time we fought. Is that correct?
It is how I can use my my magic gifted to me from Shar. I use it as my conduit.
I have a bit of a mundane idea if you're open to it, but we can put a pin in that and talk about it later. Albert?
I almost got the
Albert's-
worm. Watch me. Are you
So
watching?
Albert is a dog today. and
Nagheim,
he's
are you
just-
watching? I got it.
He's
Look,
I'm
chasing-
very proud
Look
of
at me.
you. I love you.
I love you too.
So, Colt, how are you doing after seeing your brother naked? And
Oh, it's not the first time, but it's the first time with other naked people involved, and it was stomach churning.
Sorry.
I mean, he's got, there's a study for his interests upstairs, and he's got all of his nudes that artists have done of him. It's not like the whole city hasn't seen him naked before. But it was definitely disgusting. I'm deeply, deeply unpleased with the whole experience.
um,
Well, I was a lot more disgusted by his attitude.
you and me both.
That being said, I do want to have words with him, and I will tell you how that goes. And then perhaps we
Just
can
give
iron
him a
some things out.
just a
He's
nice
gonna be
black
running
eye.
he's gonna be running the house with us.
Fine. Very, if you just want to give him a nice black eye for me.
Oh,
that'd be great.
actually,
Be happy to.
I will have a duel with him. It's
Ooh,
how
just
we used to
leave a
solve our
mark.
issues.
Maybe
Well-
brass knuckles.
I'm a much better fencer than he is, so I'm sure his pride will be just as damaged.
I want to see it. Anyway, Rose, how are you doing after all of that?
Yeah, that's the bit of the elephant in the room, isn't it?
There's an
Figure of speech. It means
Oh.
there is a large topic in the room that people have been dancing around and not actually talking about.
Not
I mean-
actually dancing, Rose.
That would have been fun though.
We can do
I
that
mean,
later.
I'm fine. I mean, I thought going back to the call would have been, but it turns out they did pretty good. Aside from the whole demon possessy creature thingy, but I mean, I do know they're gonna be good. Yeah.
Rose,
I'm
I don't
okay.
think we can chalk that up as a win.
Well,
I think it's okay.
we did save everybody.
Yeah. The
Mm,
cultists are gonna be okay.
Not everyone, but sure.
We saved most of them. And I feel like Lorelai was able to look into our subconscious.
She knew a lot about us.
I have a crazy idea. What if we capture her?
I was going to bring this
force
up.
her, because I don't have full connection with my subconscious and my past self. But what if we force her to tell me what I need to know?
If that, I'm fine with that.
That is a very interesting prospect. She did threaten to hurt everything we love.
There's not a lot of love left for the Enchantress, but I would
She's gonna go after Owl.
Right?
Where
Owl.
is Owl?
Owl is in Western still.
Slayer's
Yeah.
take.
Slayer's okay.
Slayer's, she's the Slayer's take
I
cat.
can't keep track of
House
animals, man.
But yes,
I track of where Owl is. Owl was having a great time.
I don't even know where our horses are.
Oh, they're dead.
No, they were in Stillbend, but
Yeah,
I
they're
believe
still
we sent
there.
someone to fetch them.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
I think that was
We're not killing
proposed, and then you
animals.
ditched that and just got new horses.
No, we didn't. No, we
Well,
didn't.
we ditched.
No?
We
Okay.
ditched. Yeah, no, we didn't ditch the idea. We got new horses because we couldn't wait for them to go to Stillbend and bring back the
Gotcha.
horses to us.
This party is not an animal killing party. Thank you very much.
Says you.
not yet.
Didn't you
But-
just
Talking
have a
about
discussion
killing
about
babies.
killing babies?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like,
Baby animals.
Fine. Killing
I-
animals is not okay.
However, I don't have the means to force her, but I am trying to figure a way to control the mind, which will allow me to force her to do what I want. I
are
am
we-
trying to work on that.
Are we thinking about, like, a montage to get stronger? I've heard it in books, never mind.
I
Sorry, that joke fell
Don't-
flat.
To the best.
that works.
I know it's a great joke. It's just that none of us know what a montage is.
I know. I said it. I was like, no, I didn't prepare this enough. Okay, back to the drawing board.
So, we immediately went back to Drenna and found out that Durant had passed, and I want to apologize for not being there. I physically could not bring myself to go with you.
Before we touch on Durant, and it's not as weirdly bad as it seems. I still am connected to him.
What?
Yeah.
Denial is
So
a really strong emotion.
No,
Well, You
No,
do
no,
see
no.
dead people, right?
I see dead people like
Right.
pretty much all the time when I think about it enough. But I still can speak with him, and he helps me. He's gone, but he's not gone. You know, like how I wake up in the morning and I go sniffling around for a ghost, and I talk to them, and they sort of give me a gift that makes me better at things. It's like that, and he has a sword, and he sort of pulls his sword, and he goes, "It's like he lives in my sword now. It's his sword, actually." And he's going to call on Durant and use his I haven't used it very often. Pride of the Master, is that what it's called?
I believe so. Yep.
And so he calls on Durant, and I'm assuming none of the others can see him.
Nope.
He's like, "He's right here. Hi."
Kid,
Denial
they can't
is
see
really
me.
strong.
No, they think I'm.
I mean, it's all
hallucinating.
right if the, events of the past several weeks have gotten to you, Colt.
I mean,
It just takes time.
No,
grief
it's
can be
really
hard
there.
to-
Grief is a really, really strong emotion.
I gotta say,
Oh,
this is a nice
I
place.
see my wife, and but she's dead.
I mean, we should talk about that. But he's right there. He thinks the place is really nice. It is nice, isn't it, Trent?
That's what I
I'll take
said,
your.
yeah.
Can you go walking off on your own, or are you stuck with me?
No, it should
Take-
be
take-
okay.
take a walk through the grounds. Anyhow, it's
Oh.
great to see you, pal. They think I'm mad, so maybe we should stop.
Yeah, good luck
Okay,
with that.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, you can see ghosts.
Yes. That's what I've been trying to
I-
tell you.
Don't know how ghosts work. If they have to stay around where they died or whatever. But if you ever see a drow ghost hovering around me or two, could you let
I've
me
tried
know?
looking, Nagheim. I haven't been able to find anything.
We'll keep trying.
That's hopefully means it's a good sign, hopefully. Because I would hate to find out that my parents are dead before I get to meet them.
I honestly, because I don't really know technically what happens to the soul after we die, and there are so many gods that bring their souls to them as they worshipped in life, I just don't know. Durant seems very happy. You have to believe me, you guys. He's really there.
So, on this past couple weeks, we have all gone off and done different things. We've heard from everybody except for the details of my own, which I will talk about in a moment. Rose, what did you do?
Oh, I cooked a lot with
Yes, it
Odor,
smells oh,
and yeah, I just hung out.
How is
Oh,
Odor?
Oh, whoa! Oh my god! I forgot to tell you. I met an owl bear,
Oh, that's incredible.
and then there was a fight, and I got to hold a guy like a shield, and I was like, "Your
Did you-
friends are gonna shoot at you," and his friends actually did shoot at him. It was so cool.
Did
was
you
this?
fight an owl bear?
No. We were like rescuing the owl bear, and they were like these poachers. They were like so mean.
Rose,
Oh,
make a what's a good one for you? I want to say history check, but it's not that historical.
You should tell Olivia about.
Oh,
I
yes.
I know. I will tell Olivia.
Make a remembering check. I'll just
remembering.
roll a
I
d20.
think
Let's
that's
see how it
history.
goes.
It is history
It
when
is
you're
history,
trying
yeah.
to recall.
Yeah,
it's
okay.
history Usually.
It just seems so like big for what
History is
this
just-
is.
A member check.
16, hells yeah. You have a whole whackload of owlbear feathers.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, look! And they pull out a bunch
Oh,
of feathers from my
wow.
pouch. And I show you, like, these are owl bear feathers. I'm gonna give one to Olivia. But
She
I have
will
a few
love
extra ones.
that.
Do y'all want one?
I would
Ooh,
love one.
ooh, Nagaheim, I also like took a big one for you in case it could be cool for like a spell.
Nagheim's gonna summon their quill and just float it over and lay it on top of the owlbear feather, and then the quill is just gonna slowly morph
Ah,
into an owlbear feather.
it's so cool, isn't it?
And then I'll float
And
it back
I give
over
one.
and
I'll take
Yeah.
one. I have a really good hat that
Thank
one
you,
of these
Rose.
can go in.
And then I give one to Viri as well.
Okay. I don't know what I'll do with it, but I'll figure something out. Thanks.
You can like tickle your nose, or you can like when you're mad at Colt, you can at night tickle his toes with it.
What? Why would
You
you?
know?
And she
even
checks
be in-
to see if the pointy end is like sharp enough.
Oh yeah.
so, I guess now I do kind of have something to hold on to if we ever go through a forest like that again. Thanks, Rose. And Nagheim will
Burns it away.
get rid of the burns it away. No emotions. So,
Rose, how did your wife die? Oh, that brought down the room.
I can promise what I was going to say would do too.
It's a bit of
You
a
don't need to
downer.
talk about it, Rose.
Oh, we're going
Please
from
look
like
at
Albel Feather, so like, how did your wife die?
We skipped over it, and
Yeah, let's keep
various
skipping over it.
fear.
I don't really want to talk about it.
That is fair enough. Fear is right. You don't have to talk about it.
I'm sure the loss of a loved one is
You
always
did
so
just
hard.
make a joke about it, so I thought it was kind of fair game to talk about. But I understand.
Oh, I was more like making a joke about, haha, grief, and not like, here are the details of how my loved one died. You know?
So,
Fair enough. My apologies.
my last thing I wish to talk about, and then I will shut up for a while, I promise. The visions of Shar from Shar started with called the Nye Sharing Tea. But it was in the vision, it wasn't cults. It was somebody after me to capture me. I had woken up. I know it's not. And I had woken up in a cell in the Underdark. Given without anything, without the ability to cast magic due to some parts being affected by an event called the Spell Plague, which was brought on by Shar herself, where magic either no longer works properly as it should or does not work in general in those areas. I was shown what it will happen if according to Shar, what will happen if I keep on the path of discovery that I am on now instead of forgetting about my past. I was asked to forget everything, to let the memory of my past self die. Or I would become a prisoner of the Raven Queen, and she will win. However, I believe knowledge is power, and it can be used against her. And I believe I will be needing to take a trip home to the Underdark. To try to figure out, even if I can figure out my parents, maybe I could figure out where the vicinity of the death of my past had happened, and maybe find somebody there that might know answers or something. I
And
still
it's-
don't fully know where to go, but it's a clue.
And it's what you want to do. So,
Yes. I was my whole life told to jump, and I jumped. But now I am told to forget, and I will not do that.
Yeah, sounds fair.
proud of you.
Thank you.
We're gonna have fun. We're gonna need outfits.
We are gonna need outfits.
Not
But-
leather ones.
I have to use the bathroom real quick. I've had to pee since the second point, so I will be back real quick.
Yeah, so I counted 23 points.
We added a couple extra. okay?
Individually. Well, Nagheim goes and uses the lavatory. I killed a giant with my dad, and they're really happy in the Feywild, and you guys have got to go see it. It is phenomenal. I've never seen my father this bright before, and mother seems to be doing quite well alongside him.
I think I might have been there once. Not maybe well, not where your parents are staying exactly, but yeah, Trixie's shop has a back room
Ooh.
that's
If there's ever an emergency and I cannot lead you guys there, We'll Phil Nagheim and Colt will describe the garden where the blood rose resides to his friends, and sort of that's the entranceway. Kind of is a what? Oh, it has to be blood from me. You need some of my blood or some of my brother's blood. Just in case we fall, get some of that, I guess. I don't know. If there's an emergency, this is where it is. This is
It's
how
very
you get it.
limited to who can go.
Well, how big is the Feywild? Because I mean, I guess you could go through there, and we could just
I think
Make
I
a
think it
Port
actually-
Chuck,
Western
or
and-
sorry, Jesus, I do this all the time. Cult,
It's
make.
they're super similar names. It's
I
fine.
know, but still, I'll get you to make a history check. Yeah.
I'm pretty good at history.
Mhm.
Watch me go. Pew! No, that's not good. That's 8.
I mean, you have luck.
I do, and I'm probably not gonna need it. So let's roll luck.
She fell for it.
Nat 20.
Shut up! Really? That's amazing.
Yeah.
All right, so you know about the different planes of existence that are out there, and what the Feywild and the Shadowfell are. They're polar opposites to the material plane, but the material plane contains all materials: fire, water, air, earth, kind of thing, all the Avatar shit, and it's like a replica of the material plane, but in those elements. Whereas the Feywild and the Shadowfell encompass all of those. So it's about 5 times the size of your reality.
Did you get that?
So what I'm getting at is Trixie's place. Your parents are in Calgary. So big difference. Stop. Just
Well,
I see what you're doing.
It's still a way in, I suppose.
It's a way in, but yeah, it just sort of is like a different layer of this plane, but it's still as big. But it's a way in. It's just for emergencies. It's not, I mean, if we go visit, we have to accept that time is going to pass probably faster here, and we might miss things. So keep that in mind. I ran out of brain words, friends.
I see someone's got a post-it note.
No, I'm just some.
Prop work, ladies and gentlemen.
It might be a good time for an oi toilet break. Though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
let's
thought that's
go
what
for
you were
an
going for.
oilet.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, hang tight. We are going to go on a quick little break here so we can use the lavatory. In the meantime, you get to check out the lovely emojis that we have for our subscribers, provided by Nicola Nora over in the chat room there. We love her to bits. And yeah, then you get to see some artwork from our lovely Chuck Monty.
That's me.
That's you. And yeah, 5-10 minutes.
Do we have
No,
we
I
have the new
checked.
one yet?
I checked. We got it. Maybe
don't
we
have
can
the
do that
new one
before the
yet?
break comes back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, just as Sandra gets back. And we'll see you
Oh,
later,
yeah.
folks. Ha! Skadoosh. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. All right. Let's not wait around. Let's get back into this.
Oh my god.
Okay,
More story, please.
that was my list. I'll shut up now, like I said.
Oh no, you don't need to shut up. I counted 23.
I went a little over my limit, or what I said. But
I
good
don't
job.
think there was a limit.
Well, I did say 17 or 18, but you know.
Did I
So,
count wrong?
no, we added a couple more, so you were most likely correct.
So that begs the question, what's in store for us now? I still have to do some things around the estate, but with Tens back home and Cat's here now, I can imagine we can go take care of some of these issues.
You sure you can rely on Tens?
As flighty as he is, he has been raised for this. We were given the same education up to a point, and then it was sort of our tutors were tailored to our strengths. Like I said, I was supposed to go to military school in Mon, but I went and found you instead. Tens' schooling was pretty much finished. I think he was only going to study under Mother a little bit to wrangle the ways of the gentry, and as much as it
Well,
pains me to say this and checks to make sure he's not around.
Tens is
I
right behind you.
trust- What?
No.
And I'm like, is he committed to it?
No.
I do trust him. This is our home. And he did not seem like he felt like going out and joining any other hedonistic based faiths for quite some time. And Auntie Orloff is going to be around for a bit here and there to check up on us, and Magda and Martin pretty much have this place running by themselves.
And their baby.
Oh, are Martin and Magda married?
Oh, sorry. No.
Oh, it's your world if you want that to happen. I just made the
No,
characters.
the wife is something else. I just
Yes.
thought you were saying the married couple.
So yeah, what's next for the Oddities?
Well, besides clothing, I believe I need to have a trip to the Enchantress, since I cannot really go into the Underdark completely blind, and she is the only connection I have, whether she may like it or not, and whether I may like it or not.
And do you feel like you'll have some time to get stronger? You said you did not know. We hunt down this Lorelei to help you, or do the Underdark first?
I feel like we need to stop with the Enchantress first.
Mm-hmm.
Lorelei could potentially give us answers, but if I am able to go to the root of it, and, well, if I can get to the root of it, that will fix and answer a lot of things.
why don't we let Lorelei come to us herself?
We're gonna
She
run
did
into
promise-
her again.
Well,
But
it's
how would
what
we
I'm
find
saying.
her?
We don't need to find her. She'll find us, and then we beat her up, and we capture her, and we make her, tell us what she knows about Nangheim.
The more powerful we get, the more enticing we become.
That's fair enough. It gives us time to study and develop some sort of plan.
This is true. I feel like I'll have things properly set up. Though I am still trying to work out my own portable wizard's tower. I was thinking of calling it the Mansion of Shadows.
That's a very cool name.
Um, However, it will be some time, I feel, before I am able to fully enact the spell.
So, trip to Durstfields. Viria, will that give you some time to decide on what your path will be next?
Yeah, it'll give me some time to figure things out, that's for sure.
Okay. And if, should we give ourselves, say, a week to prepare? Sort out everything here, sort out anything we want to take care of. I know we've sort of been resting, but it seems like we all went off and did things over the last month.
I feel like my thing was more of a bad drug trip. Really, when I looked at it, I think my whole thing was only about 2 hours in my mind, and I think it didn't even actually take time. And the power gods have is fascinating.
Well, how'd you known? You should have taken those drugs we offered in Stillbend.
Here's an argument for drugs.
You would have known about yourself a lot earlier.
No, this was induced through magical means.
Oh, okay.
This was
Well,
not
then
me
we-
actually taking drugs.
I mean, I'm
Maybe
not
we can
judging
do
you
drugs
for it.
together. Maybe you will work too, you know?
I
Doing, like magic and not fun and like
I've got a dragon in my head. I feel like I'm on drugs already. So
and you notice Nagheim's wine glass is not even half empty. Like, I like to stay in control of myself.
Colt looks at his last glass that's half empty.
there are 3 empty pints next
And
to
no
Viria.
orange juice anywhere to be had.
The orange juice ran out long ago.
Yeah.
Well, there's several things I would like to attend to outside of estate matters. I mentioned your cane. How would you feel about perhaps getting it altered slightly?
Honestly, Nagheim just kind of holds the cane up a bit and is like, I've been told my whole life that this was a gift from Shar. And turns out the enchantress had lied to me. And Nagheim just grabs the top of it and just pops it off.
Oh.
And goes, I think I really
And you
only
all
need
see
this."
as the genie within the.
I was gonna say, are they even strong enough to do that?
Magic.
Okay. A wizard.
Mage hand is
A wizard
stronger
did it,
than
yeah.
a live action wizard. All right.
Well, Mage Hand helping. Why didn't I strike? But yeah, I don't actually think I need to keep pretending to rely on this thing anymore.
So you've never needed it to walk?
No.
Why did you use it to walk?
Get special treatment in places.
Made me feel as if I still had some connection to the family I had never known. And I had grown reliant on it.
I would like to have something made for you. And you're not going to enjoy it. I think it would be wise if you did learn a little bit of martial skill. Would you be up to a few fencing lessons with me?
So I now have an ability that allows me some close hand-to-hand combat. Well, and Nagheim lifts their hand up and it just starts glowing with necrotic energy. He goes, well, in a way. I feel like this will be much more effective than anything I can get taught.
What if you said there was a spell plague in your vision?
Oh, the spell plague is very much real.
What if you can't cast? Consider it. It's not out of the realm of possibility, especially if we go into the Underdark.
Here's the thing. Nagheim just twists the orb back
Just
on.
ruining all my plans. Thanks a lot, Chuck. No.
Yeah, no. Nagheim
Quiet,
just...
God!
but yeah,
God!
Nagheim uses mending just to put the orb back on. It's like, well, no matter what you try to teach, I will fall back on what I know. And if I can't use what I know, well, from experience, I had a full-on panic attack and could not think straight. So I don't think my mind will say, let me go and use the effective way.
Well, you can train your mind to do that, though.
I am still training my mind to understand that it is its own person.
I
That
thought
I am
this.
my own person.
I thought this was the season of Nagheim. Yes. Is it not?
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know where you all got that idea, but
It's the summer of George.
I mean, it could be a good idea.
Well, if all
If
else
you have a
fails, we'll just
spell-
grab them and whack the enemy with them, and
I
then
hear
the
wizards-
wizard's not useless, and
Make a very good weapon.
Yeah.
They're long and pointy.
yeah, they're very pointy, so
Well,
just have to be careful
regardless-
not to break them in half if we swing too hard. But
Walk up to the Tarask, whack him with Nagheim. Ow, he's got sharp elbows.
Go back to where you came from.
I'll learn fencing with you, Colin.
Thank you. And if you do so wish to observe me trouncing my brother, perhaps you'll pick up a few things. Maybe swing a rapier around.
Can I
It's
trounce
worth.
your brother?
It's
blades
Yes.
make me uncomfortable.
oh well. It is your
What a-
decision.
what about bludgeoning weapon then?
What do you think this is?
Kind of already a bludgeoning
Well,
weapon.
yeah,
I
but
have-
you just broke it and then you repaired it, so I'm not quite sure where you
Magic.
stand on,
Oh, I'm still
I-
keeping
That's
it.
fair.
It's very,
All right.
it's very convenient to
see.
be able
Okay.
to hold
We
something.
weren't clear
and
on
cannot
that.
do it.
We weren't clear on that, so
All right,
just-
I was merely observing how you were in a fight, and I thought perhaps maybe a rapier would be useful once in a while. But if you're comfortable with what you have, absolutely. And yes, foiled my plans. Foil, fencing, get it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Someone else talk, please.
What if it was a king whip?
Don't look at chat.
Kind of a nice idea.
I know.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm all for Bloodborne up in here, but come on now.
Well, other than that, I wouldn't mind your help, Nagheim. I'm also in the library. We could do a little bit. It wouldn't be our library. We would be going to Western. Check up on the Cobalt Soul. Make sure they're aware of. You told them about the goo creature we fought, Viria?
I believe I did. Did I?
I
I
believe you did.
I wouldn't mind doing a little bit of research on what vampires are.
They are undead that rely on the life force of others. And can-
Did we kill that vampire?
No,
No.
we did not.
we watched him. We watched the soul.
Okay.
Remember? Yeah.
If we end up in Western, let us take an afternoon. I'll buy lunch. We'll go do some research. It's not that important right now, but it's something I do want to do.
I may have someone looking into it already. I'll, let me yeah.
Oh, you've got fingers in all the pies now. All right. Well, other than that, I'd say, I'm gonna throw a party.
Oh,
What kind of party? Not a
No.
Cult of Dionysus party, I hope.
No.
Okay.
Shit.
I'm gonna throw a party for us. We're gonna go out for a night on the town, and we're just going to enjoy ourselves.
The
We're gonna
last
eat at
time
the
we
best
did that
restaurants.
ended up with Rose and I getting arrested, though.
Well, I'm not going to be serving you some sort of strange Feywild wine. We're going to be going to a good steak place. There's a couple really nice pubs in Singorn I'd love to take you to. We're going to go on a pub crawl.
Do they have?
We're
Sure,
gonna-
why not?
I'm sure we can suss out some tea. We'll bring Kat. You guys can get to know her a little better. It's really important to me. And he becomes a little bit more serious, like, please just roll with me here. Tens will not be invited.
on one condition. That we go get my cat to the Slayer's Take.
Yes, yes. We've been needing a cat around the
Well, I'm
estate
going to
anyway.
need-
We've got rodents.
I'm gonna
That-
need
that
to
is
stock
my
up on those
conviction.
pills.
We need a good mouser. So yes, 100%.
Viri, what is your condition?
What is my condition? Is that...
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand.
Panic.
Whereas it's just like, you can get shit, just ask.
To get along with Carolina.
Oh, just not talk to her?
Ugh. Come on, people, work with me just a little bit.
I just had my heart broken. Let me be salty about people and emotions.
All right. Okay, well,
Oh, I should talk to Tens.
yes, you should.
Negar just takes the
Should I
wine
go
and just
with
chugs
you?
it.
Make a Constitution
Oh,
saving throw.
Throw
God.
fire around.
Ugh. That was. How do people chug that? How do people chug out? Oh my god, that was disgusting.
You don't chug wine usually.
Con?
You're just doing like that puppet monkey meme image, like side eye, like, oh, how do people chug booze?
5.
Yeah, so you were tipsy before in that kind of fun, like, ooh, never knew what it felt like to not have teeth. And now that you've chugged the wine, you go to stand up and it's like the world is spinning. You're like, oh, fuck you, Shar, not again. So
I love that it's 1 glass of wine is all that it takes. I love this for me.
Hey,
I love that for
some people have a low tolerance, okay?
That sounds like
Meghan
a
and I
you
are
problem.
It is a
really
me problem.
opposite. Maybe, yeah, Rose, I should use you to help. Or, yes, you should be there. I'm gonna need my cane for this. And
Also, we would have a week before leaving for Churchfields. Is that correct?
If it's agreed, yes.
or more if needed, or less.
Well, in the meantime, Rose, would you mind if we sparred a bit
Oh, I'd like to get in on that too.
with
I would love it.
with lightning?
I could help you with the lightning thing as well.
I thought
I
you
mean,
were.
if you're
How
not
about you all just gang up and just like Emperor Palpatine Viria until she's
Where-
unconscious?
Well,
Do you want me to do the lightning thing?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay.
figured I'd try and.
I have some
No.
ideas.
Okay. I might have a trick up my sleeve to help you.
Well, yeah, in Nagaheim, of course, if you're not too busy, because Colt was, throwing all these ideas at you, library and
That'll be when we get to Western, because I believe
Yeah.
we'll have to go
Oh,
there
Okay.
anyway before heading to Tersfield. So,
We have to teleport there to go to Tistfield, so yeah, we'll have a day in Western for sure. All right.
Also, we'll need to go clothing shopping, but
You
before
keep mentioning that. I think you really want to go clothing shopping.
Should we go now? We're a little day drunk.
I
It'd be fun to
kinda-
go shopping now.
yeah, I don't want to get new clothing and then sour it by talking with tens. I'd rather keep that emotion to the old clothes, and then I could just burn them.
Well, I need to seek him out regardless, so yeah. I
So
suppose
we all go beat up tens.
go about our day, please. Not the face.
Especially the face. With pie.
We should have pie.
Where is Tens? Do I know where Tens is?
Nope.
All right. Well, I'm
I
going
can
to
get him.
go.
Who wants Adam first?
I would like to talk to him first before we start unloading on him.
Where would you like to meet him? Or him to meet you?
Perhaps by the fountains. Do we have fountains? Yes, we have fountains in the back. That's the.
Well, there's fountains in the city.
Oh, the fountains on the estate.
Okay.
I'll do sending. And that annoying voice is gonna go back into Tens's head. Nice.
Tight.
Tens, if you could meet your brother by the estate fountains. That's all.
Thank you. It may take some time, but I'll be there eventually. Are there any plans to leave?
No response. No more sending going. That's just
Ghost that bitch.
Wouldn't you like to know,
Oh,
rich
what?
boy?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say weather boy.
Weather boy?
Yeah, would you like to know, weather boy?
Yeah. That was the reference. So-
Oh, it's a thing. I'm
It
sorry. I'm
is.
scratching my bread.
Yeah.
My bread. Oh my god.
Yeah, you scratched that bread.
I'm stopping now.
Colt will bid everyone adieu and go hang out by the fountain if there's anything anyone else wants to do.
Okay.
I did my group therapy session. I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
We can. I mean, if
Okay.
there's still booze left, Viria's gonna slam them back some more.
Sure. As everybody
roll.
kind of walks around and like leaves the table, Viri's just kind of
Yes.
taking her time, and she's like, yeah, taking the last remnants of
Somehow,
all
yeah.
the glasses, making sure everything's yeah. You're mixing them all up. You get a cigarette butt in one of them. You're like, fuck that.
Oh, that's greasy. That's greasy.
All right.
I'm playing a game. It's called Every Time I Feel Depressed, I Take a Drink.
That's why you're always drunk.
Yeah.
Stares at her fucking arm. Oh.
I can see myself. Anyway, so time goes by. Cult, you're waiting by the fountains. Eventually, your brother does make his way towards you.
Colt has both of their fencing gear laid out. And the foils with the tips on them, the safety tips. And he's just waiting there with a shit-eating grin on his face.
Oh, God.
Put it on, brother.
Why?
Because you owe me. I always found we had our best talks when we were fighting.
You know, you should really find other ways to get rid of your pent-up frustrations. I swear to God.
I did. It's called adventuring, searching for my witless younger sibling out in the jungle.
So witty. Are you ready?
On guard.
Roll initiative.
Oh my god. I'll be just rolling with my standard short sword, obviously.
Okay.
I want to point out that if you
Where's
look
my
at the estate, Nagheim is leaning in a window watching.
I was hoping. 12.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going through all these characters trying to find one that would suit this. Shit. Fuck it, I'm just gonna use your character. Let's see here.
I mean, they're
Campaigns.
brothers.
Exactly.
And I mean, I can imagine as Colt excelled is because he cared about fencing.
Yeah.
Tens might be as good as him, but he just didn't care enough. So yeah, do it. I'm into it, man.
Why is this not working? Oh shit, because it's the wrong thing. Hang on. Where is it? Yes, it is. Okay, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Drag down. Whoop! Right over here.
Meanwhile, soon we will be revealing a new emote that we have. It's just not in yet. And we're very excited to reveal it. It's gonna be so awesome. And of course, it's by our beloved Nicola Nora.
Woot woot.
Please go give her some sweet, sweet love. She's designed all our emojis up to date, and they're marvelous. And they're in our Discord as well. We get to see them every day.
All right, there we go. So, I think you go first.
Hey, sucks to be tense.
Now we can say that this is short sword.
Short sword,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, come here, you. So as that is a 26, and this will be obviously non-lethal. It's
Yeah, it's
more
all
going
bludgeoning.
it's it's more going for points, like just touches rather than damage.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, 26 to hit. Colt starts it off strong.
I was gonna say at one point, Nagheim would just secretly at some point cast haste on Colt, but like in the fight, not
Gotcha.
at the beginning. But just so you know, you can choose when.
Gotcha.
Oh, Colt won't need it.
Does 22 hit?
22 does hit.
How many points are we going up to? First one to reach what?
That's where my fencing knowledge is lacking. I don't know what the general rules are.
We'll say up to 5.
Okay, that sounds
Yeah.
great.
So first one to 5 hits is the winner, quote unquote.
Okay. See, you haven't given up your sword play, Captain Practice.
There's not much to do around here, other than being fawned over. You wanted to talk. Is this really what you wanted to talk about? My fencing skills?
I was being polite by introducing a different topic. Are you going to stay here?
In what regard?
Are we going to keep the estate running?
I seem to have been doing that very thing since someone took a little vacation out of nowhere.
How do you feel about this? And he's going to slash at 19.
And same armor class, so that hits.
Yes, it is.
Well, it's something I'm good at, so why not persist?
Well, they thought I was going to be good at being in the army, and I said no. I just need to know what you're going to do. I'm not asking you to chain yourself to this house.
Really? What are you asking of me? Ha! And that was the wrong one, I think. Oh no, it was a short sword. And he misses.
Colt dodges.
Yeah.
And he sort of does that little float like a butterfly, sting like a bee little box thing.
Mhm.
And seems pretty pleased with himself. He goes, I want to stay. I want to have a home here. I did what I wanted, and I understand I cannot ask you to do any different.
So
If this
you're
is not
hanging
what-
up your adventuring days already?
No, I'm going to continue to adventure.
So how
This
can...
place-
Hmm.
This place is going to be a home for the people who have worked with us for years. And it's going to be a home that I can come to when I decide to hang up the adventuring boots. When I want to start a family.
And you think I'm stopping that somehow?
No, I'm saying that's what I want. What do you want?
I want to get the upper hand on this next attack. And he goes for it.
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Have at thee!
Hey, 23.
23 hits, baby. 2 for 2. You still haven't answered the question.
Well, maybe I don't know the answer just yet. I thought I was going out there to find some of them, but... Nah, just a lot of nakedness. A lot of fun. I mean, it was not that bad. I mean, the Jello monster, quite bad, but aside from that, it was rather fun for what it was, but I knew it wouldn't last. Still haven't figured it out.
Well, when you do, keep me informed. Because it matters to me that this place stays with us. This is home. As much as mother and father are off doing their thing now.
You
I
do
don't
know I
want-
understand that, yes?
I know you do.
And you
I
do
like-
understand that you've left yourself wide open again!
Oh shit, I ever just rolled an attack.
Oh, you did?
Damn it, we're both using cult.
I
What was the
know!
last two?
I think mine was the 13, though. Yeah, I was the
Okay.
13. Yeah,
You miss and he parries and lands another hit.
there you go.
In the meantime, will you stay here?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Also, you have several apologies to deliver.
I can think of one.
I can think of several.
Well, your math needs to be checked.
Who are you going to apologize to?
Nagheim, of course. I've obviously upset them.
Are you going to be nice about it, or are you going to do that thing where we give a compliment, but it's an insult?
I
actually?
reserve that specifically for you.
I appreciate that, you gobshited
Well, I'm
bitch.
glad you do.
Huzzah! Oh, wait.
Try it again. Huzzah!
Huzzah! Wait, who went last? This is the problem with using the same character sheet.
No, you
I
should do it.
completely... Okay, cool. Natural 20!
Well, I think with that, you win the day.
I win the motherfucking day.
Yep.
Colt takes the mask off and just like looks like just a Chad.
You realize you look like a total Chad right now, yes?
At least I don't live like one.
Well,
It suits you though.
mhm.
Can't deny our fates, can we?
We can damn well try sometimes.
Hmm.
Someone
Well,
has
if you're not
had
going to
success with
apologize
that.
to the... What's that?
I said someone has had success with that. Actually, most of our family has had success with that.
Yes, we kind of do what we want
Hmm.
when it comes down to it. We do what we don't want for a while and then just say fuck it and do what we want anyway. So who knows when Nell will be back?
I don't think she is coming back.
Why would you say that?
Because what she said to father.
What did you say to father?
When father told us what his plans were, what he and mother's plans were, Nell called him a traitor. She said that he had no right, that his allegiances all for naught, that she knew where her allegiances were, and they were to Singorn. And she left, swearing that she was no longer a cultivarius. I won't lie, I've thought some very unkind things about her. I still do. And then there's the part of my brain that understands where she's coming from. Doesn't make it any easier. But I wouldn't hold out for her. Maybe time will tell, but I don't know. I thought, maybe I hoped Father would have spoken to you about it.
No. I was there for one day. The time.
I think he's putting on a brave face, so maybe he still is regarding that.
I reserve. I won't bring it up if I visit them. That's deeply upsetting.
Well, never say never. Maybe bringing it up is something you should do. It's not something we usually do, so maybe that's the right thing to do. I don't know. I'm rambling a little bit here.
Summer of George. Oh, she's always been so pig-headed. Maybe she'll wake up.
Maybe.
It seems like the universe is just
Taking a
bent on
shit on
ripping-
us, yes.
Yeah, pretty much ripping our whole family apart.
Well, not all of us.
Well, we're here together, aren't we? The brothers Cultivarius.
Hey,
Taking
shithead
care
and
of
shithead.
business.
Yeah, taking on the world. Hey.
Well, I'm doing a damn good job.
You are.
Thank you.
You are.
Cat's
Jello
back.
does not fight it by huh?
Cat's back.
Really?
Yes.
Where was she?
She had other employment, and it got her into some hot water, and I found her.
She's with child? Is that it?
No.
Oh.
So you knew. Did everyone on this fucking estate know?
Nell and I suspected, and we kept our mouths shut. But I mean, the walls are thin, even though it's a big house. The walls are thin, and you have a distinct giggle whenever you get to a certain point in your festivities. So it's yes.
Colt puts the mask back on. Does a little pace around, takes it back off. He goes, okay, well, she's back. She's still technically an employee, but I think that's merely to put on airs. But she's with...
Child.
What
Yes, I
together?
know.
No,
Oh.
not with child. Oh my god. Stop saying that you're gonna make it true. I'm not ready for that.
Oh God, neither am I.
She's
I get
I'm
it.
gonna-
I get it. Please, you're making it so weird.
Oh god, it is really weird. Okay, anyhow, apologize to Nagheim, please,
Yes,
please,
yes,
please do
yes.
your best. You know they're pretty sheltered, right? And haven't exactly had a lot of experience.
I picked up on something, but not necessarily that. We had a
They're
short,
very-
brief conversation, to be honest. I was looking
They're
forward
very
to more. but
clever, they're very intelligent,
That I know.
but when it comes to life experience, maybe not so much.
Mm.
So
And then here
just-
I come along with all my life just So, I get it.
Okay. And as much as you're not going to apologize to the rest of my party,
I don't
maybe a
remember
thank
which
you.
is which.
Oh my god.
I know. I feel
Small
a little...
bald.
Yeah?
Small bald Rose.
Yes.
Tall dark hair.
Scary.
Viria.
Yeah.
Both can kill you with a spoon.
Why would I go up to either of them?
Because they saved your life.
Okay, you have a valid point, but still. They could also take my life. Why would I do that?
If you say thank you, the chances of them taking your life become a little bit smaller, because right now they're very large.
I could just write them a letter.
How a roast can't read yet.
Oh.
You're very good with your words when you think about it.
That's kind of adorable, actually.
Oh, for crying out loud.
I'm sorry, she's cute.
I don't think she's your type.
I didn't... no, get your head out of the Catalina. Jesus.
And he gets a little bit wistful and...
Hey. Swats you with the rapier again.
Ouch. Okay. So please do those things for me.
I will.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much. You deserve more than a slapping around with a fencing stick, but this will do for now.
I don't think Nagheim would be up for that.
I tried to get them to try.
Well, not exactly what I was meaning, but...
Oh my god, I'm going to
You're
vomit
talking
and-
about shagging Catalina. I can talk about my fantasies as well. Shut up.
I'm going now. Bye. I hate you so much.
I love you too, brother.
Ugh. I love having siblings, Auntie.
So with that, what is everybody else up to? Not all at
Nagheim
once.
just watched.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you didn't do the haste thing.
No, Nagheim was watching, and there wasn't a time where Cult was falling behind, so it wouldn't have been needed.
Gotcha. What are you guys doing?
Don't all talk at once.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know, probably wandering around like a drunken ghost or some shit.
I'm wandering around with Viri as well. Just kind of like, what do we do? Where are we going? Ah! Also,
Why is
drunk.
this house so fucking huge, man?
Wait, do giants live here? Is that why they have so many rooms?
You know how
do you
Colt
think?
was all like, oh yeah, like our house is so nice. I'm like, it looks so tacky.
Ooh, I have an idea. Viri, I have an idea.
What?
Do you think I should send a message to the cult? It'll tell them to come here instead of the forest. There's room for everybody here.
Oh, you mean the... Okay, I thought you were talking about our cult, not your cult.
No. The group, the cult, the people. You know?
I don't know.
Okay, okay. Stay with me. Envision it. Okay, close your eyes, but keep them open.
Gross,
And
yes.
then, okay, so here you could have, and then she points to wherever they are, and here you could have like where they do the dancing, and then there we could have like an arts and craft tent.
You know, are there
But like,
kids
it wouldn't be
here?
a tent because it's a room. Because there's a roof.
I mean, they probably already have an arts and craft room because, you know, the size of this place. But,
And the library. We don't have one called.
you don't have a cult in a library? Oh, you mean your cult doesn't have a library?
Yeah.
I don't.
Or
Are they into reading?
or we could start a cult here. I mean, I've done it before. It's not that hard.
But I thought
do
you
wanna
kind of...
do-
Didn't you say
Mary, do
you
wanna-
regretted that?
Do you want to
starting a
start a
cult.
cult with me?
Rose has learned nothing.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh my god, I can't believe it's so good.
And this continues on for the remainder of their walk.
Yeah.
It's mostly a Rose monologue because
Mm.
he's unable to,
Yep.
get a word in.
Love that.
So, what's the game plan, guys?
I kind of probably would have found themselves back in the library.
I guess eventually Rose and Viri would stumble upon the library. Rose is explaining how the
Literally
library
stumble. Yeah.
literally stumble upon the library and explain like, and here would be where we read stories.
Well, that's usually
The
what you do in a
cultist?
library, Rose.
Well, I wouldn't do it. Like, maybe
Well,
Nagaheim would be the
We can
grand,
read stories.
but maybe Nagaheim would be the grand master.
The Grandmaster of a sex cult who reads in their spare time.
Why are you talking about A, this library, B, me, and C, involving
Rose
me in the
wants
cult?
to start another cult.
Absolutely
No, we're
not.
State.
We're just
Mhm.
having fun talking about what we could do in this giant house.
Absolutely not.
I'm not saying I want to start another cult. I'm saying this house is so big you could start an cult.
You know what, Rose? Why don't you ask Cult?
Also, like, think about it. Cult having a cult. That would be funny.
I mean,
No
we did
better
look
reason
into
to
the
start a
flesh
cult
tanks.
than that.
Anyway, what's up, Nagaheim?
So wait, it wouldn't be a flesh tent. It would be a flesh estate.
The estate of flesh.
Absolutely
Yeah.
disgusting. I'm here just trying to put my thoughts on paper about how I am going to approach Tens without lighting him on fire.
Should we go with you?
You want me to come with you? I can grab some kindle and
Oh, I don't need any kindling to start a fire.
I
That-
know you don't. I was offering support and I figured sometimes doing it the old-fashioned way could be fun, but
I can carry a bucket of water.
just in case. Oh, we could put him out and then set him on fire again. Over
Yeah.
and over again.
You could do like real fire. We put him out, and then we do magic. And magic.
Yeah, then we
Works
all
fine.
can,
think I might need to speak with him alone
Fair enough.
to
Do you
keep
want us
it
to be
more
close by?
personal. I mean, you're all within earshot.
Well, that's if you speak through your earring.
Yeah.
And I will make
Oh,
sure if I
okay.
need you.
I see.
But I can promise if anybody is in need of your rescuing, you will be hearing his screams of murder.
I mean, of you murdering him,
Of murder.
Yes.
of dying. So his screams of dying.
Yes.
Okay.
You know. so-
Cult, it's about this time that as you take stock of the grounds for a little bit after your little rounds with Tens for a little bit, and as you head back inside, you don't see your friends anywhere, so you think they're near the library. And as you head up there, you see heading back down towards you your brother Tens, who kind of looks at you with slightly frightened eyes, a bit of sweat on his brow. Your friends are talking about burning me alive, so I don't think today is the day for me to speak to Nagheim, but I'll put a pin in that. I'm going to fuck off until the next day. Toodaloo. And he makes his way out the door.
It's just their way of affection.
I'm
They
sure
threatened
it
to burn-
is.
They threatened to burn me alive and stab me. And okay.
Your friends are weird.
Okay, you're weird. Oh, they are really weird. Okay, he goes up to the library.
And then we could do marshmallows on the fire.
I was waiting for that.
Absolutely not.
So we can get
Absolutely
some
not.
of those little cocktail sausages and
You know,
I
it's
love
just a
those.
figure of speech, like a vague threat. It doesn't mean I'm actually going to do it.
well,
That's great
knowing
to hear.
you have threatened to burn down a lot of things, so you know.
I have threatened it, but
can't-
I have not done it.
Well, can't blame us for thinking you're eventually going to do it. And, you know, if you're going to do it, might as well be hens. Oh, hi, Colt.
Yeah, you wanted to burn down my cult, so I mean,
Yes, because there was emotions involved. Hi,
I've
Hey.
Meg, I'm
had
just
a...
flustered.
Okay. I understand my brother is a complete dickweed, but I've had a word. He's going to town for the day to take care of some business. Please don't murder him or talk that loudly about murdering him.
I
much
was
are you
saying
offering?
not
The
to do
door
it.
was open.
Yeah, so.
The sound kind of travels in this estate when
Was he
there's...
scared?
What's that? Was he scared?
Yeah, was he scared?
Oh, pants, shit in pants, scared.
Good.
Absolutely.
Do you want to take
okay.
2 on that one?
I was trying to say pants shittingly, and then I couldn't make it work with my mouth. Shit in pants.
Pant shitteth down my
Shit.
leg.
Pants.
I'm gonna
Who?
put Harry outside. I'll be back in 2
Where
seconds.
am
On the
I?
side of my face.
What am I even doing here? Okay. Yeah, so please maybe try to keep the murder talk on the lowdown. He has agreed to be nice. But we had a nice talk and I liked it, and it's kind of good to have him around considering my sister might not be coming home.
Oh.
Wait, what happened to your sister?
She thinks my father is a coward and
That's heavy.
called him a traitor to Singorn. And I'm very unhappy about it. And if you don't mind, I kind of want to go find Kat.
I mean,
So,
go for it. We were doing fine without you.
Wow.
Very.
Syria. You are the harshest of bitches, but I think that's why I like you so much.
Huh.
And he's gonna turn and leave the library.
It's the booze speaking.
It is genuinely why he likes you. But other than that, I might have a conversation with Kat.
Okay. Anything else going on in the library? Should we wait for Nagheim to come back?
We can find a map of the estate and then plot out where we're going to put the flesh rooms and.
Yeah, yeah. We continue our nonsense planning.
Sure. Both of you make an investigation check for blueprints of the estate with disadvantage.
Oh, that's amazing.
Investigation.
Yes,
Let's
please.
see. That's a 7.
And Rose?
7? No, not even a 6.
See.
5? That checks out.
5.
So you guys go looking for blueprints, and you find a blue book, and then you open the contents and you realize, oh shit, Rose can't read. So then you try and find some children's books, but none of them are blue. Wait, what the fuck were we doing in the first place? I think I need a drink. And you go and you find some more to drink. That's how that plays out.
Martin, do you have cooking sherry you could spare?
It's at that point you realize you're still in the hallway, nowhere near where Martin is. You just think that if you put it out into the atmosphere, the world will reward you. You're not
Isn't
quite
that how
sure
rich
how.
people work?
Exactly. So you guys are kind of
They just
stumped on
say
that.
it and it happens.
Yeah. It
I
works
don't
for
know
cult.
your
Why wouldn't it?
customs, okay?
You're learning though. You are learning. The library has paid off.
Oh, it's marvelous.
So, Nagheim, you watch your two friends stumble around to find a blueprint, and it just escalated like you do. Is there anything you wanted to take care of in the library?
No, other than though, like, if anyone looks at Nagheim's book, it's lots of tens. Like crossed out. So tens, I understand, and crossed out, and like just a lot of like starting of sentences and then just being nixed immediately.
Just like a low shot of your feet and like a waste paper basket and just like a bunch of crumpled papers as slowly comes up
Yeah.
on you.
And then a drawing of potentially outfits ideas as well. But that's really all Nagheim was doing in the library because it was a
In the
quiet place.
background, you just hear, "Oh fuck! I think I'm gonna hurl. I need a plant, potted plant, potted plant."
I give you.
And then-
I find a pot and I give you one.
Nope, just a bit.
So, as
Oh.
you didn't? No? Okay. Then we can
I
skip
can
that.
make a Constitution check.
Sure.
I am DM now.
Hi, our DM. I can has DM.
Somebody's got to.
I can has daddy.
I can ask Daddy. It's a 14.
14. Yeah, I'll say you pass. You've been shit-faced before, so you're used to like
Yeah,
what it takes to keep it down.
So false along.
Good. Because I would hate for Cult to see what you did with some of his family remains in that urn you were about to barf into.
Amazing.
No. Can I use my inspiration to roll with this? No, I'm kidding.
I appreciate
Ooh, you
it.
little goblin.
Oh, man. So, you two are off running around the estate like drunken idiots that you are. Love it. Nagheim, you're trying to get your words onto paper and not really finding much action there. Cult.
Cult's going to go to his room and ring the bell and wait for Cat.
Eventually, you hear the soft on your door. Did you even hear that?
I did hear that.
Hey, I'm good.
Hey. Way to knock on a desk.
Thank you. The little things.
Oh, I'm so immersed.
Okay, fuck you.
I love you. Come on, I'm teasing.
Ring for sex bell. Nora, no. Bad. Bad girl.
I mean, he answers the door.
You rang, my master.
Oh, and he grabs her and just pulls her and shuts the door.
Oh, my. Is this how you treat all the help?
Oh, only when you're not around.
Wait, what?
I've gotten a little bit more sharp-tongued in my travels.
All right, I thought you were going to say handsy. Glad to hear it's the sharp tongue.
A little handsy as well.
I'm about to smack you with my handsies.
I'm sure you could take my block off with your
Mhm.
hands. How are you doing?
Good. It's nice to see some friendly faces.
Yes. And everybody pretty much knows.
Wonderful.
Is that the same, like, tends
Oh,
to?
us.
Yeah.
I I didn't want to be the one who told the rest of the help. I think it's best that it come from you.
I just
Sorry.
wanted to see what you're. No, I just wanted to see what you're more comfortable with, because, like,
Yeah.
I don't want, I don't want people thinking you're just sleeping your way into the family.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like,
I mean,
should
I
we just?
totally am, but
I mean, right to the top.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much the lord of the estate now.
well,
Well, I'm the. Actually, that brings up a pretty bad point. Is Nell's not coming back, as far as I know. She's not very pleased that my father went absent without leave. Called him a traitor. Tens told me today.
I didn't know.
I didn't either. So,
And she walks up to you and just kind of wraps her arms around your waist.
Oh, and he takes the hug.
What are you thinking?
I can't believe she would say that to him. They've seen the same things. It's so blind. It's so ignorant. I've never been a part of a war. I've only killed. I killed a man for the first time this year. And I hated every second of it. I've slain a lot of monsters, but I mean, I've just done things that I don't wish to do a lot of, but sometimes it's necessary. And I can't believe she would just not realize the effect it's had on him over the years. Which is the entire reason he left. The man deserves a bit of peace, a little bit of happiness for all that he's given, for all that he's done. And I'm ultimately just so disappointed in her.
Darling. Nell isn't that much older and certainly not much more wiser than yourself. I mean that respectfully. Your father, before either of you came along, had decades of war, of wisdom, of life lessons. Nell has never been to war. She doesn't know what your father's seen. She's all wrapped up in the idea of what your father was. So, to see her idol betray everything that she was taught to be a part of, to respect, to reach for. I don't agree with it, but I can see why she feels the way she does. And I know you don't want to hear that. I know you don't want Raisin. You want to be mad at her. And that's okay. That's allowed. But just leave a little bit of room for compromise when it comes to what she may be feeling.
Ugh, I knew there was a reason I saved you.
It's because my tits are fucking off the charts.
They are spectacular. Help me forget my troubles for a little.
Can do.
Fade to black.
So after 3 minutes,
Well, that's generous.
That's pretty nice and generous, yeah.
What is it? Pick on Cult Day?
I don't know if that's picking on you or
Yeah.
praising the skills of Catalina. So we shall leave that to everyone's imaginations.
Sure, 3 pump wonder.
No,
Shut up.
some time goes by. Now, there has been talk of clothing. There has been talk of parties. There's been a lot of talk of other things. What is everybody feeling like?
I think at this point, maybe Rose and V right down
Oh, honey, you are
alcohol.
breaking up
just
like
indeed.
something fierce. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but you were cutting in and out, so we didn't catch that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I said, I think at this point, Rose and Viri are coming down. Alcohol infused.
I'm getting parts of that, yeah.
Coming down?
What's going on? I don't know.
Is you
Um,
have your connection shit that happens sometimes? Is that it?
Your
I'm very
connection
eloquent.
shit.
Don't worry, I didn't have
think
anything
I-
great to say anyway. It's
No,
fine.
I think I got
Moving
what you were
on.
saying. You
Someone
guys
else.
are
Take the
probably
mic.
coming down right about now. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we're
Coming
coming down
down.
from our alcohol-induced euphoria.
Okay.
We heard that perfectly.
I would say maybe a time skip to the next day would be appropriate.
Sure.
Or clothing shopping. No.
Or we-
Whichever.
With the drunk girls.
Well, I will say, in all fairness, though, when you say shopping and partying and all that kind of stuff, is that Singorn or is that Westrun? Because I was a little confused.
Yeah, I was kind of
Because you've been Westrun shopping,
yeah.
and I'm thinking
I
if you
was-
want new looks,
I was going to suggest to Nagheim maybe Singorn would be an interesting day out for them to go shopping, and as they are of elven lineage, maybe they would find something that fits them a little better, doesn't have to be tailored as much.
now
And
the only reason I
really
go ahead.
nice quality.
Because we are all about class and quality around here, as demonstrated by Cult.
I play a noble.
No worries, no worries. So one thing I will say is that knowing that Singorn might be the place for all the shopping, the shops and everything don't open until nighttime anyway.
Oh yeah, I think I remember you mentioning that.
So we could do it tonight, but if everybody wants to rest, recuperate, and all that kind of stuff, and get at it the next day, that's fine too.
Nagheim, you want to go shopping tonight or tomorrow?
I guess we should see if everyone kind of knows what they want before we do go. Just so, don't want to force anyone to go if they're not ready.
Because clothing shopping is such,
Fury
I know what you're
Rose!
saying. I know what you're
Do you
saying.
want to go? Do you want to go shopping tonight or tomorrow?
Maybe tomorrow?
Sounds good.
Okay.
We'll go with what Rose says. We'll go tomorrow. Get a nice night's rest. Come up with a list. Bring money.
Right
What?
on.
For why is clothes shopping that complicated? And Singorn,
You don't know. You're about to find out.
yeah, what the hell?
All right.
Yeah,
So
there's a party, so we need to think about party outfits too.
Ugh, we already have some.
I'm gonna rewear.
Is it that kind of party? Do we
I
have
don't
to?
know.
Can't
Just
I
rewear what you had. It's fine.
And just so I
Um,
know, like when you say party, are you talking about like going out on the town or having like a big soiree?
Out on the town.
Okay.
Because Colt figures that his friends might not really enjoy hanging out with the gentry so much.
Yeah.
And then if it's just them out on the town, then they can kind of like go anywhere and do anything.
I mean, we enjoyed. I don't know if the gentry enjoyed that.
Yeah, we enjoyed
Well,
our time
one
with
of them
gentry,
tried to
then-
enjoy Rose, but she said no.
I
Well,
have
they,
to
they
tighten
left
the
on friendly
strings on
terms.
that-
They left on friendly terms. Yeah.
I have to tighten the strings on that family purse though a little bit.
All right. So everybody's heading to bed for the night.
Yes.
Okay.
Will Nagheim read us a story?
It's a good question.
I think there was something in the library that would be appropriate.
I'll let you make an investigation check real quick. Oh God.
I'm just looking at this to see how high it is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my investigation's only a 5. So, a big old 7.
Okay. So you go in there and you think to yourself, okay, what if I wasn't super, super smart? What would I pick? And you pick one book and you think, yes, this is going to be it. And you look through the pages and you see this must have been one of the earliest books that the cultivarius children had, because it's all got wax crayons drawn outside of the lines in it and everything like that. Now, there's not much writing in this coloring book, but there are little bits of words here and there, and they seem simple enough that maybe the pictures and the colors, even though the coloring is really, really bad, you know, you can see cult handiwork, but you think with that combination, the small words printed around might be enough to be like, hey, connect the dots here. So you take a shot on a coloring book for Rose as a bedtime story.
Love that.
So charming.
Thanks, Dice.
Hey, we got to respect failures as much as success.
Oh, yeah. Always.
So, do you want to just leave it at that, or do you want to introduce this book to Rose?
The coloring book is based around the tale of the hare and the tortoise. How much you will get from it depends on how bad the coloring is, I guess. But
I enjoy the coloring book with you. And then, yeah, then we go to bed.
Right on. Cult, you have one of those nights with Catalina where... What was that?
just reading chat, sorry.
Oh, I blocked out chat for a little bit. Sorry. I'll get to it in a little bit. You have one of those great nights that I hope most of everybody in the chat and in the room here has experienced, where you have your fun, and then you just have moments of laziness, wrapped up in the blankets, getting extra blankets, extra pillows, lying on top of each other, just talking about just the dumbest things. And it goes on and on and on until you get to the wee hours of the night, and you feel that tired giddiness where even just the sound of words is humorous. Just being with each other and hearing each other's uncensored laughter is just a calmness. And the giggles and everything lull you to sleep. And you just kind of fall asleep, cradled on each other.
Before we fall asleep, Colt's gonna ask, what's your last name? That's some terror.
What's her last name?
I didn't give her a last name.
Well,
I
that's
gave
your
you-
fucking fault then.
I gave you one sentence and you did the rest.
I don't know. Ask me another night.
Okay, I don't ask. Redacted. That was very lovely. Thank you.
God, the kryptonite of DMs, a name.
Once you think of one, just fill me in.
Oh. Hey, chat, please throw those points
God,
out there.
chat,
Give us a
last
name, please, for the love of God.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
That would be amazing. And a lifesaver, I'm just saying. Oh my God, yeah, what would be? Christ, I don't know.
She's a wood elf, by the way.
She
Not
is
like
a wood
I
elf.
follow naming. I don't really follow naming
Yeah.
conventions.
All right. So that is Cult's evening. And finally, the drunken stupor that is Viria. While Rose has conditioned herself with all sorts of alcohol and drugs of every color and code, she is used to the come down and riding that wave. But once Viria gets shit-faced, it's a bit of a spiral of sorts. Until you finally hit that pillow and you go to sleep. and you have a dream. A dream you've never had before. You see yourself in this dream, standing shoulder to shoulder with hundreds of others surrounding you. To the left and right, you see honored members of Ardrena. All of them armed with weapons of every type. Members of your clan, each radiating with some energy around them as they stare forward to the horizon. Beyond this great horde that you are a part of, you see the sun rise over the hillside. As you squint your eyes and try to shield them with your hand, the sun takes form. The earth itself seems to rise beside it. A tidal wave begins to cascade and thrash, and the very air around you begins to push back against the line. The hordes surrounding you begin to beat their shields, stomp the ground, bellow unknown words to the sky. Their words quicken your own heartbeat. With every thrum you feel in your legs from the oncoming titans that tower above you, your smile grows wider. It's been some time since you've had a real challenge. As a scream of rock and flame deafens the world, you reply with a battle cry of ice. You wake up and you look around the room in the Cultivarius estate. Everything has a layer of frost around it. But the new day is here.
And
What's everybody doing?
Oh wait, the frost is for real? Oh shit, that's kind of weird.
That's normal. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Not for
Sometimes
Singorn.
you just
Nocturnal emissions,
frost
hey.
the bed.
What the fuck?
did I leave a window open?
I might have read something different. Singorn doesn't really get winter.
This is true.
I'm in the kitchen.
Yeah, what you doing?
Breakfast.
And everybody else?
Nagheim would probably be in either sitting in their room enjoying tea or in the library already enjoying tea.
Cult's probably has stayed up too late and is having a bit of a lie-in, but when he finally gets up, it's just gonna be pretty casual, like jammy bottoms and nothing else, and he's just gonna trudge down to the kitchen for coffee.
So as you walk into the kitchen, Cult, you see, working somewhat diligently, is most of the kitchen staff. Magda's there as well. And you see Rose kind of helping where she can and mixing up all the kind of like ingredients for the breakfast that you're going to be having that day. But you could see all of them are kind of working at half pace because they are enjoying hearing stories from Rose and sharing stories of their own from like the times you and your siblings were younger. So you walk in on a conversation that immediately stops because of manners, and they continue to work as they do.
Do I learn anything embarrassing about from the kitchen?
Oh, probably.
Oh, what do we want to call this? This is gonna be... Oh yeah, make a persuasion check. Let's do that.
Oh no, I closed D&D Beyond.
How dare you?
I said I closed D&D Beyond by accident.
I know, I heard that.
Da, 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 da. It's reloading. Meanwhile, you will enjoy. This is my computer reloading a page. Da, da, da.
The
so
narration,
what type of
10 out of 10. Persuasion, please.
persuasion?
20?
The 20.
Oh my god. You learn little details about Cult's upbringing that makes you look at Cult, and every so often you get a giggle fit thinking about what you learned.
But What do I specifically learn?
Oh, I'll tell you later when I actually think of something.
Okay.
All right.
I got some. I got some. I got
Yes.
Okay.
Tell me.
some. Colt was described as, and in the family portrait, you'll see Colt was a portly little boy because he really, really liked custard pies. And one day, before a bit of a soiree, they had all these little tiny custard pies lined up on the plates for the staff to take out to the guests. And Colt snuck into the kitchen while everyone was busy and ate every single one. And he was sick in a potted plant and had to be put to bed for about 3 days.
Thank you.
They called him the groundhog for about a month afterwards because he looked like a fat little groundhog. He was so cute.
Pies puked. Thank you. I'm writing all of this down. Thank you so
You're
much.
very welcome. And Colt just kind of oh, no need to do any of the stuff. I'm just coffee, please.
You look down, and Catalina is just taking her hand away from the coffee cup that she placed in front of you.
Thanks, love. And he's, as much as he's tired, he's not trying to hide his affection for her. He's just gonna let this sink in a little slowly for the staff.
Make a perception check.
Okie dokie. Perceptions. 16.
You see a couple of the newer staff members just kind of take note and do that kind of that meme of the puppet where he's like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, they're doing that thing. Meanwhile, Magda catches their eyes and gives them a look, and they just back to the work.
That's
She
right,
nods.
Magda.
Yeah.
Fucking crack that whip, bitch.
Fuck yes. Now,
That's queen.
hells yeah, we love Magda. Before we reconvene and figure out what we're going to do for this day, I am going to request an oilet.
Yes, I need an oilet as well. I was gonna say.
Awesome. We'll try and make this a quick one, guys, because I like where this is going. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. You get to see more art. It's a lovely thing. So we will be back in 5 minutes. Stick around. That was hard to say. slider.
Ew.
Why would you share that?
I couldn't want my whole life without hearing that.
I love it.
That's why I share
Well,
it.
We all know what Chuck's into.
Relief.
All right.
Queen, pace queen.
That almost came out of my nose!
I'm gonna do something to your person. Look how red you are. Okay.
Oh my god.
Hello! We're back.
Hi.
I play a no ball.
I don't.
Right on. So, you guys are having breakfast. Everybody has finally come down together. What is the plan for today?
So you guys, what do you think? A little shopping. You can raid the closets here for outfits if you want. We do have an armory, which is where Nekheim got that armor.
Very impressive.
Doesn't seem like anyone's going to be using it, so I'm sure if there's anything of interest there, you guys can borrow it for the time being. But yeah, otherwise, into town, get some lunch, get some outfits.
Not sure if I should have the conversation before or after.
You
You
did
do it before.
You did say you wanted to leave the new clothes so they're not tainted.
Yeah.
That's what you're getting at?
Yeah.
I mean, pull off the plastic, get it over with. And then we'll leave the estate, so if you don't want to be around, you won't be.
Fair. Do you happen to know where he is? Or where he plans to be around today?
Do I?
Yeah, no, actually.
No, I don't.
Oh.
If I'm being
Actually-
fair, it's like, yeah. You
While
don't
we're
really pay
eating-
attention to his comings and goings. So.
I would just get one of the employees. Just like, if you could find Tens, see if he has a spot he would prefer to have a meeting in. I would like to talk to him.
And they head off.
What are we doing? And Viria arrives much later than she usually does for breakfast.
I believe I am going to have a conversation, and then we get to leave to go shopping.
Can I ask you a question real fast?
Of course.
Is generating frost in your bedroom in the morning normal? It's not.
I'm-
It's not a metaphor. It's literal.
There were a few times I have woke up by setting things on fire or shooting lightning by mistake, but that was in my early days of learning spells.
Oh, snap, that was in your bedroom?
I thought that was
what?
just nature.
I thought the
I'm
frost was
confused.
outdoors. That's Chuck saying. she
Okay,
didn't
okay. I
realize-
was like, what is?
Oh.
There was no accent, so I picked
What
up
is
on it.
Colt asking?
That's why I said, oh, snap.
But no, unless I'm assuming with younglings when they're learning magic, having accidents like that can happen. But
Accents. Okay.
did that happen?
Well, yeah. It's kind of why I'm asking.
Wanted
And
to
just make it
clarify.
up. Okay.
You could have been an over abundance of your power or your magic, maybe manifesting, and you weren't there to conscious enough to control it.
Mm.
There are times when I was younger, I would have these I was awake. Well, I was in meditation, but my mind would wander to these dark places, and it would scare me. and I would almost instinctively let out a burst of arcane energy as like a defense. So maybe something like did you have a nightmare?
Well, not a nightmare, but a dream, yes. So, and meditation, that's kind of your version of sleeping, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe if you had strong emotions in the dream, your body might have had a full reaction.
It's never happened before, but
We can keep an eye on it.
yeah.
What were you dreaming about, if you don't mind me asking?
Just, not quite sure what was going on. Just me and a bunch of people, and there were these titans.
Titans?
Like, I don't know.
Like a giant?
Or a god?
I guess you could. Would they have felt like godlike to me in that dream?
I mean, what
That's
does
too much gin.
kind of ask like what does godlike feel to Varia?
Well, I don't know, like some otherworldly force that you can't quite understand.
Can't
That
quite
just
understand.
feels-
Yeah, that tracks right now. No, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm saying like
No,
yeah.
I know.
We can put a pin in it, and if it happens again, maybe compare the two dreams.
Yeah. All right.
And-
It threw me off because for once that wasn't a dragon dream. So
Is it maybe your body trying to control the magic more instead of using it just as a gift, but as something it would harness itself?
Nagam is saying this oh so sexily.
yeah, I'm like, what are you so smug
flirting
about?
You want to hear
Well,
about my magic? It's powerful.
Maybe
It's big and powerful.
it could be your subconscious saying it wants to more control the magic instead of only being gifted magic.
But you mentioned this being common with young people. I mean,
It's
I've never
usually
manifested much
younger
magic.
ones who
Yeah.
are learning how to harness the arcane arts themselves, which is why they can lose control.
Yeah, I don't know. But well, we can look into it. Sure. I was just asking since you're the expert on these things.
Like, I'm slowly putting away Teacher of the Year awards.
They're not real. They're just from the coloring book from last night. They're just
Okay.
holding on to it.
Of course.
You. By the way,
yeah,
I want to
so-
put out a reminder for all those who were interested in it because I saw it on a couple of lists. I don't want anybody to forget about teaching Rose to read because I think that is the sweetest
Oh,
shit in
yeah.
the world. Yeah.
Yes, we just haven't had the time to sit with it.
Yeah. Cool. Well then,
I thoroughly plan to teach her how to read and count.
cool. I don't think you're the only one though, because I think I saw that on a couple of lists. I forget who though. Anyway.
Okay.
Okay, well, yeah, sorry for arriving late. Breakfast, I had to get that sorted out. Kind of embarrassing, walking up to a staff member and being like, hey, I might have covered a whole room in frost accidentally this morning.
Could've
Can we do something about that?
could have just asked me to come, clean it.
Don't
you see
worry.
on her face, she has a look of like, fuck, why did I not think of that?
Vera, Don't worry, I'm kind of trying to break with tradition currently, as you can see. He's
Yeah, why
topless.
are you half naked?
I did not feel like putting on clothes this morning.
Wish you did.
Glad you didn't.
She's just wearing the top.
Oh no, she's not. She wouldn't do that.
Fair enough. No,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Right on. So, what's the game plan?
At dawn we shop.
At dawn. Well,
I think
at
the
evening
game
you
plan
shop.
was
Conversation with Ken.
for
Oh yes.
Nagheim to go talk to Tens.
Oh, fuck. I was just hoping we'd skip that.
No, I want to eat it all up.
So, Nagheim, you indicated for Tens to meet you somewhere. And as you're leaving the kitchen to head in that general direction, you see a couple of the help come in with comforters that are soaked from the frost that was developed there last night. And they just kind of look as they pass behind Viria. A little look of like, "Ugh," as they head towards the outside to put it on the clothesline. But away you go. You head over into the ballroom, where there is a couple of large backed chairs set in front of the fireplace with a little coffee table in the middle. And there is a pot of hot water, 2 cups, and sea salt tea.
I'm just kind of, Albert on their shoulder goes, if he tries anything, attack him so I can leave.
I'm gonna fuck him up so good.
Yeah, do it. And we'll just kind of like, not toss, but let Albert fly up
No.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Football throw.
So there is a giant, from far away, it looks like a stag's head. But it is some kind of creature that has a stag-like snout. And would you call that a snout on a stag? Like, what is the nose part? A snout? Okay, thank you. But it has 3
Muzzle?
eyes on either side and antlers that kind of curl around. Oh, yeah. Like that, but a little more
Stag.
ferocious.
Yes.
And it hangs over top of the mantle. And like right out of Edgar Allan Poe, Albert just goes up there and perches down to survey the area as you take a seat. Before too long, you hear the... which you can't hear because I can't even hear it. Of footsteps along the ballroom floor. Is this seat taken?
Sadly, no.
Wonderful. So I'm a right fuckwit.
To be fair,
Hmm.
I was rather annoying.
Wow. I wasn't in the proper headspace. It's not an excuse. It's just something to be said. I don't have words that can make what happened go away. I regret saying that to you. I was kind of hoping that I would sit down and you would just give me the worst tongue lashing of all time, and I would just sit here and take it, and then I could apologize somehow once I've heard your words, and the words would come to me, but sorry just doesn't seem a large enough word to make up for how I treated you.
I had built up an entire scenario in my head of a reunion, and after that a fight, and emotions are silly things where our brain can trick us into thinking that our emotions are more than just our own emotions. So part of it was I had placed this unrealistic expectation on somebody I had barely known.
Well, I can't say I haven't been there before. But I wouldn't be in a rush to dismiss what was a memorable moment.
I'm just kind of looking at the fire, just red. Just beet red, just
Do you find it warm in here? I certainly do.
I just assumed it was all the leather I'm wearing.
It's fine
I'm-
leather.
I will have to say goodbye to it, though. It is not very effective
Ah,
for adventuring.
well, it's a good thing you're pairing up with my brother. He knows clothing and material that breathes with more vigorous activities.
Breathing would be very nice right now. Okay. I have wanted to yell at you. I have wanted to, not actually, but figuratively, set you on fire.
I overheard such things, yes. It didn't sound figuratively, but
I did tell them no multiple times.
I appreciate that. I don't deserve that, but I appreciate it.
We're all close and we've all been through a lot, so seeing someone hurt can understand the emotions. That being said, if you do call me a headache again, I will permanently make your brain hurt in a way where you will beg me for your life.
That's what I was waiting for.
But for now, this tea was a gift for you while we were traveling.
And you can vouch for it.
I don't see why not. It smells well. I have yet to actually taste it.
Well, that is a sin in and of itself. One should not taste test new brews alone. Shall I pour?
Like, I'm still just looking in the fire. Red.
Make a perception check for me.
Using my glowing dice.
Perception says he's very good looking.
Oh my god. 14.
14. As you are staring into the fire, you can't help but try to nonchalantly use peripheral vision, and you do see that they have their full attention on you.
Mm-hmm.
And they hold the water out. Shall I?
Why not? A second cup of tea will do me well before we go shopping.
Ooh, shopping. Whereabouts?
I need new clothes.
Well, if you are looking for somewhere with exquisite taste, you need to listen for the proper melody. Don't rely on what your eyes see. Use your ears. What calls to you? And that will lead you to where you need to be. It's so fucking strange, isn't it? This place is weird.
It sounds like you're on copious amounts of drugs right now.
Well, I was.
Yes, you were.
I somewhat recommend it, but not entirely.
I much prefer to stay in control of myself.
Well,
I do have to say, seeing that, and Negheim does turn to 10, he goes, seeing the fear in your eyes after everything happened kind of almost made up for everything.
I'm not used to being introduced to all-consuming jello like that. That was stuff of
Right.
nightmares.
But also watching your brother beat you, inspiring, that also helped more.
So that is what was going on. I see.
Oh, no. I just was
Oh,
not
so you were
eavesdropping.
just watching me from a distance because you wanted to.
Longingly through the window about how much I wish
Oh,
I
dude,
had a
go
sharper
on.
Negheim just kind of pulls up the king and goes, "It's not quite the same, but I could beat you with this."
I'll give you one good go.
I couldn't possibly. And then Negheim goes and whacks his shin.
Yes. Won't even make you make an attack roll. It happens.
Amazing.
Absolutely. And I was supposed to do a foot session the other. Never mind, it's fine. I deserve it. Probably much more. Between you and I, I'm going to stay very far away from your lovely two female friends for quite some time. Maybe not the short one. She seems
I don't
fun,
think
but-
you'll have a choice at some point. If they want to find you, it's better to let them, because the longer it takes, the more upset they might get.
I feel like she's watching me right now somehow.
I can promise you they're not. Albert would let me know.
Fair enough. Well then. I want to continue on, but you're making me laugh. I will say that in this moment, for however long you like to, you can once again enjoy Tenz's company. You can absolutely give him a tongue lashing. You can whip him with the cane when he's not looking.
Oh,
But yeah. Daddy. And then, whenever you're ready, you can reconvene with your friends. But is there anything else you want to say? Put down the water,
You know-
goddammit.
It's Jin, actually.
Is it? Good man. Good person.
Hibiscus gin.
There you go. By the way, you have 2 points of inspiration. Yeah. All right.
Why don't we do a fresh start? Well, try to.
Nothing would please me more. Cheers to
And
that.
Negheim will actually hold out their hand. I'm Negheim.
Nagheim. Beloved Tennyson Cultivaries.
Red. I mean, I guess purple.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't know how it works. I'm gray. Like, yeah, they'll just have the tea a bit. When it seems awkward enough, Nagheim will get up and run away.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, being the first to get up, and you quickly make your exit, Albert flies down to where the tea is. And with one wing, and then flies away. Coming back to the rest of the group.
Colt's probably arranged a carriage ride into Singorn and has finally dressed.
How did it go? Did you set him on fire?
I don't smell smoke. That's a good sign.
They would all see Nagheim as slowly becoming, like, less flustered. And just going back normal. It's like, well, he's alive. He let me hit him? Oh, that sounds worse than I wanted to.
Should he remain alive is the question.
Chuck, remember the tea that I...
Chuck. Who's Chuck?
Or Colt, sorry.
I feel better about myself and doing it all
everyone
night.
does it.
So,
I
yes.
do.
Everyone does it.
Yeah.
Too many C's.
Yes.
Colt. Remember how I bought that CVT?
Yeah, I do.
It's not half bad.
Colt gives Nagheim a knowing look. Very pleased. Very pleased. Oh, good. The estate will stay standing.
But also, I did tell him that if he tries to avoid the two of you, you will probably find him and beat the crap out of him.
Well, the important part is you've forgiven him, correct?
We'll see how things go.
Honestly, I'd say just keep scaring the shit out of him. For a little while.
Say no less.
But don't be too mean.
I'm never mean.
Yeah, when you're nice, sometimes
her.
it gets a little frightening, so... Yeah, Barry is an expert. Oh, even smiling is
no,
unsettling.
don't smile.
It's too-
Don't smile.
it's-
Here.
But like, at the same
Noted.
time, if you do talk to him, well, I guess when you do, just make sure he knows not to do it again.
I was planning on
If
that.
something like that could potentially happen.
She started smiling again. I mean,
And it looks equally as weird.
and the psycho
even
music
weirder
starts
when
to play.
Our gums are showing, oh.
So, enough about me. Should we go? Where are we shopping?
Yes.
Well, again,
Let's.
shopping would have to take part in the evening.
Oh, crumbs.
Yeah.
God damn it. Stupid Singorn with their crazy hours.
We can time jump to that time. It's not a problem.
Well, we could have time for me and Viri sparring.
There you go.
Yeah,
I was
absolutely. We
going
have
to
a whole
suggest that.
day.
Cool. So, these two competitors are vastly different. What are the rules here? Is there magic
don't know.
involved?
They go caveman on each other.
Okay.
I could throw some lightning around if you want.
Oh, that's right. That was going to be a thing. I forgot about that.
I'm just saying, I can.
I
add
mean,
some-
the goal would be to see if I can keep fighting, I suppose.
I could really make some lightning show. if you want.
Colt will direct them out to one of the more open fields
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
estate
This isn't
with
happening inside.
none of the large heritage oaks
Yeah.
that the family loves.
Well, actually, before you have a chance to do that, Viri recalls a very open space that she did some sparring earlier on this estate grounds. So she kind of leads Rose to where they should have their duel of the fates.
So, are we doing like a no weapon thing,
Okay,
fists
well-
only, or like wooden things?
Yeah.
How about we... Yeah, I mean, friendly, sparring, weapons only, and we have Nagaheim shoot lightning at me.
Oh, it's gonna be
Okay.
worse.
Colt
Well-
has a picnic basket and a blanket that he's spread out a little further away, so you can just. He's invited Kat to join him.
Oh, and when
We're
you
gonna have a show.
yeah, after you let Kat know that it was a thing, most of the kitchen staff also come around and just kind of kneel down on the blanket just to watch this happen. Like, oh, this is entertainment. All right.
I'd send
Don't cross this line.
I'd just use message to tens to just be like, if you want to watch the girls beat themselves or beat each other up, now would be the only time.
Oh, I love facing my worst fear with the public. This is great and encouraging.
We're
Oh,
doubling down.
Shit. Actually, everybody, maybe back to work. Okay.
No one is moving.
You know, we
Please?
could also do doubles later. You know, we could team up, me, you, and I, Viri, against Nakaham and Cult as a second round. Because I have an idea.
Can I use magic in the second round?
Rose is gonna kill all of you. That's her
Anyway,
idea.
I say this as I throw a punch at her.
All right, well, roll initiative for one thing.
Sorry,
Get this fight started.
I could have used my brand new intimidation score to try and get the staff off the property or get the staff out of there. Sorry for
Oh, it's
making
good fun.
witness your downfall.
Was that with advantage,
Or
Rose?
success.
Or I only see one roll.
Oh, so right. I keep forgetting to do that.
No, I assumed it did it for you, so okay. So Rose goes first, so you do get that sucker punch in there, and then Viria's up next. First round, we are doing weapons, no weapons. I missed that part.
Just gonna start with a good old punch. Let's
Good old
start
punch.
Friendly.
Okay.
Excellent.
Because we
Give
can
it.
do, like, wooden weapons or something.
Or I'll even go this far. I'll say that there in the armory, if you wanted to, there are scabbards that go over top of the blade that you can adjust to it so that you can use them as
blunted
blunt weapons.
maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a kendo sword.
Yeah. So it's up to you guys. But either way, roll an attack.
Whee.
And if this is a punch, it's just going to be an unarmed. Yep, perfect. Does 13 hit? Ow!
Bow.
She sees it coming, so she just ducks out of the way.
Fair enough. And you have 2 attacks.
Wanna do it again?
Yeah. It's the same thing.
Lucky 13.
But it's okay because I start raging.
There it is.
Okay, so I can't use magic, but you can rage. Got it.
This is to teach
But
you.
raging is
This is
not
a teaching
magic.
moment. All right. So as you rage, what do we see?
Nothing.
Don't you do a storm thing with your rage?
I don't do it yet.
Oh, I didn't know it was a separate thing. I thought it was one and the same. All right, Viria.
Well, Viria's just gonna go for like a pommel strike with a practice sword, and I guess I'll just use my like sword stats.
Yeah, that's fine.
Look her up.
Yeah, that's 28, I believe.
There we go. Yeah. I think that hits.
Yes, unfortunately, that will indeed hit.
All right.
So 10 slashing damage, and I
bludgeoning,
get
but yeah.
another bludgeoning. Yeah,
It's all good,
sorry.
it's all good. So that's 5 for
and
you,
I get
Rose.
another hit
Go for it.
in That probably won't hit 15.
No, it doesn't. Not.
No, it doesn't. Not.
She goes for a pommel strike to have you back off a bit, but whiffs the second one. And bonus action I can take.
When I can, I would like to throw a little fun in.
Sexy fun?
I'll say it's the top of the round, so I'll let you do it now if you like.
Nagheim's gonna be like, sorry, Viria. And a small line of yellow comes from Nagheim, and about 25 feet above everyone, an explosion of lightning happens. And I cast third level fireball 25 feet above everyone, but I change it to lightning damage, so it's just an eruption of thunder.
Right on.
The crowd backs up 10 feet.
Everybody just gets that, like, you know, THX, like, poof, back, and then like, ooh. You hear a baby start to cry. Viria.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Viria, make a wisdom saving throw, please.
You got this.
I have inspiration. I'm gonna use it.
Go for it.
Please.
Ooh, not 20.
That is a success. That is a success. Now, how many successes is that for you now?
Shit, my note thing was on my other
I think
computer.
this
That's
would
dead
be like
now.
your second?
This was my second one, I believe.
Okay, good
Yeah.
to know.
I hadn't had much luck with it.
Not a
thus
problem, not a
far.
problem. That sounds about right. All right, Rose, it is your turn. What are you doing?
I'm reloading my page. While my thing is reloading, I will take my sword. Do I find, like, you know, when you
You have your
sword and
axe.
you put,
It's
like,
just kind of covered up, so it is the weapon that you're used to.
like little foam on the edge.
Yep.
Yes.
Cool.
I love it.
Awesome. So I will take my great axe and kind of like swing it, but like on the flat side, to like hit Viri on the flat side of my baseball bat.
Yeah.
I'm spending way too much time describing how I'm attacking.
It's okay. The page is loading.
No, we love it.
So 27.
Hits.
So that's gonna be a 10 damage.
And that'll be bludgeoning as well.
Oh shit, hang on. I had my HP. I didn't take a long rest.
Did you take damage yesterday?
Yesterday.
In game.
I took damage last session, yeah. Against the bandit.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I get you.
So, yeah. There we go.
All right.
Yep.
And you got round 2, Rose?
Yeah, so we're gonna do this same thing. And I think I used the wrong axe before, but it's okay.
It's all good.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, that's the
16.
name I love.
Now that matches, yeah.
Hey, roll some damage.
Boop.
13 bludgeoning damage. So 23 total.
And I will also add some sparks to this battle.
Right on.
But can I try to add some flair? Can I like approach Viri, and like we're already really close, so like she is in less than 5 feet from me.
Mm-hmm.
So if I activate my storm aura, it's gonna form a bubble, but she's gonna be within the bubble, so she's not gonna be hit by electricity. She's just gonna see electricity go out.
What is this electricity? Is it supposed to be harmful electricity, but it's missing her? Is that what you're getting at? Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because of my level Tom Store aura upgrades. And instead, I can choose a creature that it affects that is within 10 feet of me. Is there anyone else that is within 10 feet of us?
No, you guys are far away from everybody.
Okay, well, I hit a squirrel if I see a squirrel that's within 10 feet of me.
Why? Animal cruelty.
I'm just saying if there's an animal.
Please note that it was not the DM who committed this unholy of crimes.
I'm calling PETA.
Yeah.
You're on the phone right now.
Yeah.
Cool.
So again, just because a little fuzzy. So you're killing a squirrel and you're hitting Viria at the same time.
I don't. Okay, fine. Let's take back the squirrel. Let's
No, it's fine.
calm down with PETA. No, Ahi is next to me, and we're in a bubble of electricity that is not attacking her, that is protecting her.
Okay.
And me.
That's because I was thinking, like, you said anything within 10 feet does get hit, and then somehow Viri doesn't get hit. So I was a little confused there.
Yeah. She doesn't get hit. Yeah.
Cool. So she is surrounded in electricity. I will say at the end of your next turn, Viria, you will make another wisdom saving throw. But before that happens, Chip and Dale is now Chip. Dale is gone. You also have, that was your bonus action, correct?
Yeah, that was my bonus action. I'm done.
Okay. We're going to nix movement because this is all theater of the mind. We can imagine that you're in combat range to each other unless you say you're retreating or something like that. So now it is Viria's turn. What would you like to do?
Wow, this is unfair. I should be able to use my magic. What the fuck? I'll use my action to attack again with my swood. That misses. That's a 12.
Okay.
And attack number 2.
That'll
27.
hit. Yeah.
Cool. So you take 12 bludgeoning damage. So
6. Yeah.
And then,
Yep.
because I remembered I can do this, I'll use my bonus action to charge my claw.
Yep.
I don't know how to say this, but yeah, so to use 2d6 to reduce oncoming damage on a melee attack against me.
Sounds good. So, Rose, as you unleash this lightning fury around both of you, you see Viria take a swipe at you and get you like right in the rib, like right where the rib becomes meaty flesh above your hip there, hits you there, and then like Wolverine has dragon claws kind of extend from her fingernails. Make a wisdom saving throw, please.
I'm terrified and turned off.
21.
That's
I have a really high
10.
wisdom stat.
Oh, you don't have to make it, Rose.
Oh.
Yeah, no worries. But hey, at least you're wise. Unlike Viri, so that's a failure. You are afraid.
Okay.
That's a bit too much, don't you think?
I'm gonna grab you by the shoulder and just like bring you really close to me and say, when you're in this bubble now, you're immune to electricity.
Now, before
It doesn't affect you.
before you say that and before you do that, it is the top of the round at that point. Is anybody doing anything to add to this fight that is not involved in the fight right now?
Actually,
You should shoot at us.
This means cult as well.
Could just shoot us.
what do I have this spell? I can't remember. I'm going to actually go and cast Bless on both of them
Oh, okay.
because I don't want to make it super unfair.
Mm-hmm.
But what level is Bless? Is it 2, 1? Is what? It says 1. Okay. Oh, I dumped. There, I posted it twice.
That's one
but
for
there
each
it
of
is.
them. Hey, it works.
get
Bless
a
you,
D4.
bless you. Oh, from the crowd.
You get a bless. You get a bless.
Exactly.
So
got a
to
bless.
attack roll or saving throw.
I'm
you
not
don't
even
need to
fighting.
take it on the attack roll, but it's there. It's mostly just for the saving throw aid.
You bet, you bet. Love it.
Yeah.
So now it's on to Rose's turn. I will get you to make a strength check to grapple her by the shoulders.
Oh, I'm not grappling them. I'm just like holding her.
Yeah.
But I want to use my turn to basically convince her to not be afraid.
Yeah. So I'll say still same thing. It won't be like a grapple, but you're trying to like steady her resolve in a physical sense
Okay.
as well.
Cult's just looking worried at Viria, like just chewing on his thumb.
Yeah. So Viria, you have to. This is a strength check. You are feared. You're gonna try and run away. So I will say make a contested strength check to see if you
Disadvantage.
would it be disadvantage with fear? I don't know.
Well, it's an ability check is with disadvantage when I'm frightened. Yeah.
Okay.
And well, it's because against a grapple, I can use either acrobatics or athletics, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll use athletics in that case with disadvantage. 12 and 14.
She's got you rock solid. You're there.
She's just kind of like tensing up, like you can feel she's trying to move away.
I'm just again. I'm telling you what I said before.
Oh,
Telling
use
you,
your
but, like,
D4.
Oh yeah, Viri. You can use your D4 for
I'll
bless.
use it on. No, I'm keeping it for my wisdom save.
You can use it all the time.
But yes, I'm just telling you, like, you're safe when you're in this little bubble. Electricity cannot affect you. Actually, you're now like immune to it.
It doesn't seem very safe right now.
Actually, no, you're not immune. You're resistant to it. Sorry. D&D correction. You're resistant to electricity.
Her eyes are just darting around, like she's not answering.
So yeah, that's my turn. Is trying to convince her.
For sure, for sure. Viri, fear. You're just trying to move away from her, but you failed the strength check, so I don't think you're going anywhere.
Yay! I'll try and pommel strike her to get her to let go of me.
Okay.
Sorry. Well, with disadvantage, so at least there's that. 20 or 19.
It hits.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
You just see a little thunk on her bald head.
bonk. But I won't take my extra attack. I'll just back away and I mean I can't because I can't willingly move closer, but it doesn't mean I need to run away, right?
Well, you can't run away. You're grappled.
No, I'm no longer. Well, am I still grappled? Because
She's holding you there, and we did the
right.
strength
She's still
check.
yeah. That okay. So yeah, and well, okay.
So first,
I'll go.
we'll roll some damage.
Yep, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Oh, 8 bludgeoning damage.
I had to double check that. I was like, wait, what? All right, so there is that.
16.
But you know what? I'll say, because you are in kind of a freak out kind of mode, disadvantage again if you want to use your second attack to do a disengage kind of thing. You won't be able to move necessarily, but at least you won't be grappled. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
I'll try and get out of her grip. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then so athletics again with disadvantage.
And
20 or 22. So 20.
You break
20.
free. It was
I'll
that
break
bonk
free.
on the head. She was like,
Okay.
why? And she let go just to rub her head.
Break
Headbutt.
free.
I want
can
to break free.
Break free.
Everybody.
Could I make a wisdom save now?
Not this time.
This
There's no new
okay.
lightning elements.
Oh. Oh.
But I thought you could do to break
Wasn't
the
it?
fear
Yeah, I thought you can make a save at the end of your
for fear effects.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's up, Rose?
Super
Also,
DM.
my aura is still on.
Yeah.
So constant.
Yeah. Colt?
Whatever is at the top of their round, Colt would like to try to do a persuasion.
Okay. Hang on to that.
So
Yeah, if you guys want to double check fear and if it's at the end of the first turn. Yeah.
Well, on my spells that cause fear, it says at the end of their turn,
Okay, go for it.
they get to do the check. On my spells.
With disadvantage.
my cute
No, not
little
with
spells.
disadvantage.
My
That wouldn't be with
spells.
disadvantage because it's only skill checks, not saves.
Yeah.
So that's technically a 17, my first one.
Plus
Yeah.
a d4.
That's true. I'll roll the d4 now.
And Colt has no active conditions, so.
I was just checking something.
Yeah.
The d4 is a 2,
So
so
19.
19 total.
Good.
19.
You steady yourself, you kind of slow your breathing, You feel slightest bit of guilt about bopping Rose on the head, but not enough. So, but you are ungrappled, I believe, and good to go.
And so she doesn't run. She'll just stand her ground there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Top of the round, Colt.
Colt would have walked over, seeing that she was having a bit of a struggle. Not super close, but close enough that he could talk and not scream. He goes, "You've got this, Vera. You're amazing. You're incredible. You can stare down the face of any beast and conquer it. You've got this. You've got this." And then realizes, oh, she seems to actually be doing okay. Maybe I'll just take a step back.
And as Colt takes a step back, 3 beams of lightning come around, and I'm going to use magic missile at level 1, but not aim at anybody, but it's going to start hitting Viria around her, on the grounds around her feet.
Gotcha.
So I'm intentionally missing, since the spell can't miss, but I'm aiming at those points.
Totally
and
with
of course doing it as bolts of lightning.
you. Mm-hmm.
Can my little speech give her advantage on something?
We'll see.
Roll persuasion. No, I'm kidding.
So before that, we're going to resolve that at the top of Viria's turn. Rose, your turn.
Well, Rose is mildly insulted at being called a beast by Colt.
I was speaking in general. But also, I think Colt has complimented Rose by calling her a beast. You're a beast, Rose. No? Okay.
But does the lightning happen before my turn?
I'll say it happens right at Viria's turn to make her kind of test her mettle, so to speak. So, no, you go ahead.
Okay. So I will react to being on the noggin and be like, ow, and then just go with my the palm of my hand like this and just go like this to you. Return the favor.
I'd rather get an axe to the head, but okay. So
That doesn't hit though.
yeah,
And then
you go for the chin, and it just does a little boop along her nose. So instead of being intimidating, it's just kind of sweet.
I'll take my axe then, and I'll swing it by her shin
That escalated.
in order to make her fall on the. Not to cut off her legs.
Yeah,
I
I'll
want to
say-
be very clear. I'm not trying to cut off her legs. I want her to fall on the ground.
You bet.
You're gonna
I'll
get
say
a major domo repeat.
if you get if you get 3 above her armored class, she won't take damage, but you will sweep her feet from underneath her.
I want to sweep her off her feet. Yes.
I think that just hits, so you just crack her in the shin.
Well, I didn't roll damage.
Well, there's your damage.
And I'm gonna use my charged reaction to reduce that damage.
Hey. So instead of 17, it is what?
Yep, I'm gonna tell you minus 12.
Okay, so 5. Hey, math.
Yeah, so she just kind of like goes to grab your axe with her clawed hand, and it glances off, and she only takes reduced damage.
Now, bonus action, Rose?
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna use my card to shoot.
Sorry, you cut out there.
Oh, I'm gonna use my aura to shoot a lightning bolt at Viri,
Fair enough.
which is a 1d6.
Okay. Is there an attack roll or anything with that, or does it just... No, it just hits.
Happens, great.
Just
All right.
happened.
So whereabouts does it hit Viria?
At her feet.
Fair enough. So right in your big toe, you get the biggest static shock of your life. And at the same time, you look down to see what hit you, and then you see the whole ground explode in lightning bolts all around you, Viria. Please make a wisdom saving
tiny
throw.
baby.
Oh,
Tiny baby.
Oh,
Mine.
Nagheim.
Yeah, no, yeah, Nagheim also
Oh,
shot at me, so you know.
I'm
Wisdom save, that's a 9.
You are scared to death, and you are not having a good day.
totally-
Not
well,
with advantage? I don't know.
Oh,
And
what did
that's
you do again,
D4.
Colt? I'm so sorry.
I talked her up. I was trying to persuade her to get over the fear.
And Rose got insulted at the same time. So I will say you can roll with advantage, and your next attack, Rose, will be with advantage as well because Cult pissed you off.
But don't
Hey.
forget.
Well, that's still a 9. So
Plus D4 though.
plus D4. Okay.
And Rose, you also have Bless. Don't forget that.
I didn't
no,
say
I
I
used
was
my
igno-
bless already, unless Nagheim blessed me again.
I think it's constant, isn't it?
Bless is constant.
Yeah.
It's a concentration
okay.
for
Never
10
mind.
turns.
Hey, that's a 13.
13.
wisdom save.
Oh, you so scared.
Well, okay, so yeah, that was useless.
Hey, nothing is useless. We are learning. This is a learning experiment, and you are pissing your pants learning. What do you want to do?
Oh, is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
It is my turn. Well, fuck. I'm going to try and get as far away as I can.
Okay. Rose, you
still
can
in
make
this
an
bubble,
attack of
so,
opportunity if you
yeah.
like.
I will not.
Okay. Wait, does
think
she
that's
run
a-
through the lightning sphere thing?
She would. That's the thing. I can't get closer. So like,
You would have.
I?
That's the thing. If she gets closer, she gets protection from lightning. When she gets further away, she gets attacked by the lightning.
Yeah.
No, but because this is a bubble surrounding us.
Yep.
So I can't like get close to the
No, you can't.
bubble's wall. Yeah. So, but how big is this bubble?
10 feet.
So here's what I'll say
so
happens.
then I would stay put, I guess, because I
Okay.
can't go towards the source of my fear.
All right.
There's no like wall.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's a conundrum. If you're staying put, then we won't deal with that. We'll just say you're staying put.
Yeah, I'll stay put. Let's say I'm frozen by fear.
Oh wait, but I thought. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood because I thought you were outside because you had like walked away, so that's why I attacked you with lightning. But if
I
you're
didn't-
within
no.
10 feet, okay, then I take away that. Like,
I didn't walk away when
'Cause it's
when
not
I broke
possible.
the grapple. I took the wisdom save and I got rid of the frightened condition, so I stayed put.
okay, well that lightning in that case I misunderstood. It's my fault. That lightning possibly happened if you're like within 10 feet.
Okay, so put back 3 hit points on Viria.
Okay.
And what are you doing then if you're staying put?
Well, I guess just, cornered animal strike at Rose.
Like a
Right.
ferocious squirrel.
Yeah, exactly. With disadvantage.
Rishdale.
So 12.
Okay, miss.
And another one. 21 or 21.
That hits.
That hits.
Cool. So, 5 bludgeoning damage. And
cool.
again, I'll just she'll biff the first one and then go back with another lucky hit, kind of like flailing.
Mhm.
And then she'll raise her arm like in front of her to defend herself, and I'll use my bonus action to charge another 2d6 into it.
Got it. Fair enough. Top of the round, Cult Nagheim. Anything? Oh, wait,
Nagheim's-
sorry. It's the end of your round from being frightened. You can do another wisdom saving
Right.
throw.
Yes.
11.
You could
I'll
get
add
another
a
4.
d4. Yeah, I'll add a d4 to it. 12. So
Oh.
Frightened. Now, Nagheim Cult.
Nagheim's book is going to glow, and Nagheim is going to send it out, and an image of, well, what used to be Nagheim's past would appear. An image of Nagheim actually appears, and reaches forward and goes, and you just hear from it Nagheim's voice of, "You got this. I'm going to cast Cure Wounds."
On Rose. No.
Yeah, the raging one who takes like a
Half
third
damage.
of the damage.
Yeah.
yeah.
Let me see.
Whom I can't use magic against.
And I'm going to do this big, just to keep you in there.
Yeah. So a 1? Okay, never mind. No, that was my 1, so 20.
5th level spell.
Wow.
Wow.
Keeping you in there, and you would notice the lightning would actually, any lightning that would shoot off just passes through because you cannot touch this. No one can. It's there, but it's not. Incorporeal? Incorporeal. I think that's the word I wanted.
Yeah, it's a good word.
English.
All right. Top of the round, Rose, what are you doing?
I'm gonna shout through the earring at Nagaheim. Nagaheim! Do lightning at us, please. And then I
You
will-
all hear this.
Yeah.
I have a plan, okay? And then I
No,
would, like,
don't do more. I don't know.
And
And then I will punch again.
okay.
Just giving Viri a break. I'm not going with too hard on with the axe.
Yeah.
Is it 13?
Nope.
Cool. And again, I will take my axe and try to trip on the legs.
Okay. Ooh, there you go.
30.
That will definitely trip her. So you see Rose kind of take kind of like a sucker punch with the elbow, but what she's actually doing is getting a better grip on the axe and gulf swinging right near your ankles. And you just see the world flip upside down for a second as you hit the ground enough that one of your lungs feels like it was on the way to just being like out. But now the damage as well?
Oh, well, I just roll damage automatically.
Oh, okay. No
For
worries.
like when she falls.
You were just going for the trip, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And bonus action, anything?
Just gonna be like, you're resistant to lightning. It's fine. You're fine.
It's
I
fine.
don't.
No, I didn't do the lightning at her. That did not happen.
No, I know.
I
She's.
feel so good.
I did the lightning at her.
You're gonna be okay. Watch out. Look. Trust me.
Yeah.
That's my turn.
Now, before we go on, Cult, did you want to say something?
Yeah, Cult's gonna be like kind of like following Viri's level, like he's a boxing coach and he's sort of like down on the ground, like looking at her. He's like, look at me. You're not gonna be scared of a little blue lights flashing around, are you? You're gonna get up. You're gonna get up and you're gonna conquer this fear. Weirdly losing his accent in the process.
And Catalina pipes up behind him.
Yeah, you got this. You're a bad bitch. Go get her.
All right. Now, Viri's turn. There's no new lightning added to the scenario right now. But it's your turn. What do you want to do?
I will get up because, not being able to move while there's a bunch of lightning around is a lot less enjoyable than actually being able to move. So, I'll tackle Rose to send her to the ground and
Go
just
for
go
it.
like, make it stop.
Okay. Make a athletics check with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Contested. And you... What? Oh, no. You make a athletics check as well, Rose.
It's and can I use bless on that again?
Yes.
Yes.
We should have put a safe word together.
So 21 versus 27.
Banana.
It's a 19.
You smack into Rose like a pillar, and she's just in her rage kind of mode. You're cute.
No. In my rage kind of mode, I just go like this, hug her.
Oh my god, I'm rage hugging.
She rages and she's like, ha ha ha.
And are those your
That's-
attacks?
Adorable.
Well, that was my. I'll try again. Actually, why not?
'Kay.
You know, what?
I would love another hug.
This would. How badly can this fail?
Oh, you say that.
I know. 22 or 17
With
plus
bless?
a D4.
Yeah.
Dirty 20.
Oh yeah, there we go. And Rose gets a 26.
Okay.
So Rose thinks you are into the hug.
You want a second? You want another one? Okay.
No.
Here you go. I'm gonna give you a little kiss on the forehead.
That's our second T-shirt, by the way.
Wait.
Is I rage hug.
Yes. I just want to say this is total flavor country right here. But when Rose kisses you on the forehead, you do feel a sudden pang of guilt for bopping her on the head during those first few rounds, and you do take 1 point of psychic damage. Because you are starting to grow fond of these people, and guilt is part of that. All right, but it is the end of your turn.
Okay, so here's my question.
Yep.
Because it's happening for the first time. Do the held reactions with my gauntlet claw thing? Sorry, got something in my throat. Do they stack? Like, if
no.
I already have a d6, okay, so it's not like a 4d6.
No.
An 8. Okay.
All right, so wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
Don't
I'll add
forget.
d4. Yep. Oh, that's
succeed.
a lot better.
Yep.
I'm gonna succeed with bless because
Yeah, you do.
as well.
All right, but that is your turn.
Oh,
you are no longer
The
feared.
little kiss, deals psychic damage, but also serves to
It helped.
kinda like, yeah, it helps. And Colt's boxing coach encouragement.
So,
You're a bum, Rocky.
You're the champ. You're the champ. I believe in you, kid.
Amazing.
um,
Top of the round. Nagheim,
So-
cult, anything.
the image of Nagheim just starts flaring up and electricity starts coming off of it a bit.
Going Super
And I'm
Saiyan.
going to then send out 3 more bolts of lightning, but I want all 3 of them to hit Theory.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Let's see the
No.
damage.
Are we gonna roll just the one, or am I gonna roll?
Well, you
like,
said there's 3 bolts, correct?
Yes, but should
Okay.
I roll once and then we just take the damage for all 3, or?
You do you. All right, so it's 12? Or you're okay, you are doing. Okay. That's 4. That's 6. And that's 9.
But wait,
There's more.
Yeah.
Viri is now resistant to lightning.
Exactly.
Well, I already was because of my armor, unless I'm not wearing that.
No, I'd say you're wearing it.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, I'll absorb that then.
Okay. So you absorb
But also my
half,
level helps.
correct? Yep.
So it would, yeah.
So I'd say you
that's-
absorb. Let's be generous. We'll say you absorb 5 points of damage,
Yeah.
but you take 4. And
And
at the top of your turn, wisdom saving throw. Or no, we'll say it's now because it was at the top. So wisdom saving throw.
And Colt's gonna be shouting. He's like, "You can face anything!" And he's like frothing at the mouth and spitting. He's like, "It's coming! You're just gonna fucking get through it!"
Well, I guess that somewhat helps because that's a 17.
Yeah, it succeeds. All right.
She's just mostly like, she gets distracted by like cult spit just like hitting her in the face.
So don't forget to mark that down. That's your 3rd success.
Right.
The whole time Nagheim is, by the way, just sitting on the ground now, letting like the image just do all the work. Like Nagheim is sitting there with tea.
Having a
Stay out.
biscotti.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Magda, these are delicious.
Oh, thank you, love. I made them special for this evening.
All right. Rose, your turn. What are you doing?
I'm gonna yell at Viri and be like, "See, it barely tickles you."
You're right. It doesn't tickle.
That's not. Sure, I'm not actually scared of the, damage. But yeah.
What are you scared of then? What are you scared of?
Yeah, what are you scared of?
She starts crying, and that's a conductor for the oncoming lightning. She just. All right. Rose, what are you doing?
I'm just gonna do a little slap on the cheek and be like, "You don't have to be scared of anything. You are the strongest person."
All right, let's see unarmed attack.
absolutely unhinged.
That hits.
Leo's great at this.
This is the worst kind of immersion therapy
Yeah.
ever.
We are not licensed professionals. Please do not try this at home with friends or family.
It's a bad
Or
idea.
you can just record it.
So that is 9 points of slap damage.
I'm gonna reduce that.
Okay.
So ridiculous.
We're being rated by Live and Let's Die. Thank you.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thanks.
Amazing name. Thank you very much.
So
Thank
we're in
you
the
for
middle of
joining us.
unhinged exposure therapy right now.
Hello. Hellos to everybody. Hi. Lovely to see you folks.
Our teammate.
All right.
So he kind of like slaps your hand away at the same time. And but yeah, you still kind of like it deviates and you still hit her like in the skull with your palm. And
So from the perspective of Cult and Nagheim and the rest of the help from the estate watching this, you see that the therapeutic slapping fist that is, yeah, exactly. You're like, and you're trying to block it all. So it's just like hands on hand slap fest for like these mighty warriors that are coming together in shroud with like lightning all about them, and they are reduced to slap fest. It's the stuff of D&D legend, I tell you.
Continuing this slap fest.
Yes.
I also go for another one. And I when I'm slapping Viri, I tell her, "You're so strong. You don't need to be scared of anything. Lightning, lightning, lightning. This is lightning. My hands are fast."
Oh, worth it. Unfortunately,
Oh my
that
God.
does not hit, so you're whiffing it every time because Viri's wise to your slap techniques now. All right. Viri, it is your turn. You are not frightened.
yeah.
Yet.
I'm like, what are we doing? I'm afraid of it hitting you, not me. And I'll just go in with a attack.
Okay, let's see it. Attack roll number 1.
So not 20.
Oh!
Which Great Weapon Master would give me another attack because that's a crit.
Sure.
So, well, I get an extra attack, but then I'll get a third one and a bonus on my bonus action.
Cool.
So,
Let's see the damage.
yeah. Oh.
19 reduced to 9, we'll say.
Mhm.
Okay, so 9 bludgeoning damage,
Round
Rose.
down. Yeah.
How is Rose looking, by the way?
Great.
But like
Fresh
hit
as a
points.
daisy.
Like,
Doing good.
Second attack.
let me know.
Like a Sears summer model.
That hits.
Another hit. So that would be
And-
5 slashing damage.
Yep. And one more attack.
And yeah, I get another one thanks to that crit. So 19.
You don't. Oh, that's not a natural 19. Okay. Yep.
Nope.
So that hits too. Let's see some damage.
So another 5 bludgeoning damage since it's reduced.
There you
by
go.
her
There you go.
raging.
Any bonus action?
That was my bonus action, taking
Oh, it
that
was.
third attack. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Movement? Anything? You're staying put?
Nope, I'm staying put. I'm like, we should actually spar, maybe.
So, Cult and Nagheim, it is the top of the round. Viri says, shouldn't we just spar? What is your response?
The image of Nagheim just kind of starts laughing, and then is going to alter itself to be more of a cloaked figure,
Mhm.
and is going to float up around them, about 30 feet up in the air. And I'm going to cast Fireball on itself, and an explosion of lightning comes from the figure hovering above.
Oh my god, I saw this thing in
Viri.
Bloodborne. Or no, Dark
Yes,
Souls
you
3.
did.
Yeah.
But
With
yeah,
the books.
so
Yeah.
it does not take any damage, and it's high enough where no one does. But yeah,
Fair enough.
That's what's happening.
So, I will say, as that happens, Viri, make one last wisdom saving throw.
As Colt yells, "Are you afraid of it? Or are you gonna make it afraid of you?" Nagheim, that's a lot. That's maybe it's a little much.
I'll add my D4.
Yeah, let's see it. Fingers crossed.
13.
Dang, I was hoping my persuasions were going to give you more advantages. Oh well.
At this point, having been scared so often by lightning, Viri drops her weapon. She drops to her knees and she begins hyperventilating.
The image is gone.
And that's where we're going to pick up next week.
Oh snap! Oh my god!
Oh, yes.
Oh, we're great friends.
We broke our Viria. We broke her.
Broke our friend.
I mean, it was either going to go great or
It
terrible.
was my idea. It was
Yeah.
my idea.
We
I do
broke
this to
Veering.
myself. Yeah.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Ah,
Oh,
forgot
my
that.
goodness.
Tasty drama.
There you go. There you go. That's what we live for. So thank you everybody for watching. Thank you folks who rated us.
Yeah,
Oh man, that's so
great.
cool.
For
I love seeing
watching
that.
The end of our emotional trauma to our friend.
Yeah,
Ah,
yeah.
absolutely
Um,
awesome.
I know there's a way to do this just for the chat and everybody knows how to do it, but I like to say it anyway. Anybody who is watching us for the first time, if you have channels that you stream from or anything like that, by all means, put your links in the chat room so people can go check your stuff out and follow you as well. We absolutely want to pay it forward whenever we can. So thank you for coming in. Thank you for watching. We are going to be continuing where we left off today next Sunday at 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh my God, this was so much fun tonight, you guys.
Also,
Yeah.
reminder that we now have a Discord community.
Oh, that's right.
Anyone is
info
welcome to
is
join.
in the
The links
chat.
in the chat.
Yep.
Chat with
Be
us, chat
happy
with
to have
fans.
you.
There you go. Nightbot, our beloved Nightbot, who is hit or miss sometimes. We have them with our
Excuse
Discord
you.
link right there. Say what?
I said, excuse you.
I say
Nightbot
because
is
I see your
perfect.
problems with Discord or Nightbot every time you say daddy or something like that, and you're like, no, I'm not talking to you.
That's
You are not
banter.
Nightbot. You
I'm-
are Fred. We
I'm-
love Fred. We
I'm
don't always love
bantering with
Nightbot.
my bot.
You're bantering with
She's
your
just-
bottom, eh?
She
Yeah.
just likes to play with her dolls.
Okay.
Thank you.
But anyway, we're going to go for the night. Thank you all once again. We will see you here next week. And as we always like to say at the end of our show,
Have safe
Have lots of
sex.
sex.